Yala. Good morning, everyone, partners, colleagues online, you are missed. So after the first day yesterday that was focusing on strategic discussions around the energy efficiency in buildings in the Mediterranean region and the upcoming next phase of the meetMED 3, today and for a half day we will focus on the main outputs of the activities performed during the meetMED 2 project, the main results we came up with, and on different topics that you all know, from the policies and strategies concerted actions to the development of different tools that were the subject of demo actions that we had during the project. Then we'll move to financing topics and discussions before ending with the Water Energy Nexus session and the concerted actions in appliances session. So we'll start with the first session related to the work package 2 activities and how to scale impacts in buildings from strategies to tracking process tools that our activity leaders and partners elaborated during these last 4 years. So I will call on the stage our colleagues of this session. So João Cleto from ADEN, the activity leader of the concerted actions in buildings, that will further present us the outputs of the discussion he had with all of you partners on how to harmonize regulations and strategies at national level. I will call also DJ Bosbuff from ADEM, that helped developing the MED Observatory with indicators to follow up on the implementation of policies and strategies. And Sabine Saad from ALME to present us the national focus on Lebanon when it comes to this. And Mostafa Hassanin from RECRE, that will give us an insight of the potential of district cooling to be integrated in further national cooling strategies at different levels. So thank you, and Joao, the floor is yours to begin with. Thank you. You come here. Yeah, sure.
So thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and start this session today. So I'm João Cleto from ADEN, and we have been developing this concerted action on energy efficiency in buildings. This works for the slides? No. Yeah. Thank you. And basically, the main objective of these activities was to implement these concerted actions with all the regional experts. Basically, the inspiration from the concerted actions also came from the concerted actions that are being developed in Europe, namely for the Renewable Energy Directive, for the Energy Efficiency in Buildings Directive, for the Energy Performance in Buildings Directive, and for the Energy Efficiency Directive. But obviously, the context is different. The way we organize is different, so we adapt a lot. But the inspiration, just for you to let you know, was from these actions, which have been quite active and which basically gather countries and experts to share how they are implementing the policies, how they are translating the policies to their own countries, and then going sometimes a bit deeper into technical details and how they cope with it and how they adapt to what's the overall, let's say, the overall policy definition in Europe. And that's what we try to do also here. So basically the objectives is to support the policy decision makers and try to check how we could harmonize legislation, or at least have a basis where we can work upon, and standards at the building sector. And this is the critical part, the sharing of this information and experience, as I just mentioned, and also some best practices, and as much as possible also to fasten the convergence of national procedures on energy efficiency in buildings. These are the energy agencies that were involved in this work. Not only energy agencies, we had other stakeholders involved in this process. These arrows don't mean much, but just to let you know that all of the agencies, both from the south and the north, were part of this process. Some a bit more deeply involved, some less, but everyone was involved in this activity. So basically the process, the first step was to identify some countries' experts, then to map the country's interests, and to define what would be the discussion topics around the energy efficiency in buildings. These first steps actually were always iterative, when we were always updating what the discussion topics that we wanted to deal with. Then we had a small bit on preparatory work that was the basis for our common work to then have a plenary and working group sessions. I will let you know what the working groups are in a minute. Then again, reporting what we have learned from those sessions, that the common work, stepping again into preparatory work for the next session, also a bit of session reporting and so on. And this is a bit the logic also in the concerted actions that we have here also. So basically the idea is that at the end we can have this document, which is the guidelines and the best practices, and a final guidance document, which I will always also outline the main conclusions we took out. So basically, this is just the time steps where we work. So basically, the plenaries were mainly done in the meetMED weeks, but also in other meetings that we had together in presence. I will let you know a little bit more detail on that also. And then the session reporting was continuous, and also the basis for this final report on this task. So just to let you know that we have worked a lot on what we call the task force notes, which we were always documenting what we have done, basically what the country experts have shared, what their case studies have evolved and the results, and summarizing all these sessions. And then this was the basis, as I mentioned, to this final document, the guidelines and best practices, that was drafted by all the partners, and we kind of just joined all the dots together. We had some indicators to be achieved, so at least 10 policies proposed for implementation in 8 countries, but actually we achieved 14 policies proposed for implementation in 8 countries, so we overpassed this target, which is quite nice, and it was the work of all of you. We divided our topics into 4 working groups: energy efficiency building codes, building renovation, labeling and training, and financing. Then, as I mentioned, we have these task force notes and some details on each working group. But the idea is to have this final report where we explain all the process. Then you can read it when it's published. You can read all the process and the main conclusions. But then for each country, we mapped the current status of the legislation. We identified the policy gaps, and then we detailed what could be improved or what new policies could be implemented, but also defining which stakeholders to be involved and when, a kind of action plan on how we can improve these policies, and some risks and monitoring also, at least a risks and monitoring strategy. And as I mentioned, we managed to do this country sheet for all the 8 countries, and proposing these 14 policy recommendations that I will let you know briefly what they were, and then you can have some more details. So we identified 40 experts, actually not identify only, they were working with us on this. We did the first questionnaires on mapping priority countries. We had this policy mapping and evaluation database, which was the basis to say the state of the art in our countries. We had several working sessions. We then worked on these working sessions and the conclusions to have some outputs and the best practices and share the knowledge that was informed, checking what were the knowledge gaps, then continuously have one-to-one meetings with all the partners and all the experts, and finally we got to these 14 policy recommendations. I will not go into detail, but this is the linear work we have done. So the preparatory work, the presence events in the meetMED weeks. I will skip most of these slides, but just to let you know in practical terms how it happened. In late 2022, we had follow-up meetings and bilateral meetings with all the countries. Then in February 2023, a new meeting, this one was online, where we updated this policy evaluation database. Then the in-presence event in Morocco, where we again looked at the priority topics. We addressed the gaps that were identified, namely some knowledge on cooling technologies and policy. So this was a focus of this session. And then we have expert presentations, as you see, from lots of countries, from Germany, from Jordan, from Morocco, Lebanon, Portugal, and Spain. All of this is documented in our report. And then we have the third event, in-presence event, linked to the Buildings and Climate Global Forum in Paris in March 2024. Also not going into details on this. And in the last months, we had this follow-up process, just fine-tuning a bit all the information we got from the countries, and now looking a bit at the final results. These are just some of the tools we used in this process. The important thing, as I always say, is that we had all of this work together, and all the presence and online meetings together. So one of the evaluations we made also was to check. We had an energy efficiency in buildings report in meetMED 1, and what we tried to check was to check from those recommendations for each country what was implemented or not, or how it evolved. Basically, in Tunisia, Jordan, and Morocco, in Lebanon, there was significant progress, and so several of the key measures were implemented. In Egypt, there is this strong policy foundation, so the policies and the regulations is there, but as we have also seen yesterday, there are some enforcement and coordination gaps that still persist. In Algeria also, there were some evolution on the technical standards and a lot on awareness, but there is also this delay in enforcement. Palestine and Libya are a bit in earlier stage of implementations, although there was a lot of progress also in new policies in Palestine. And as mentioned yesterday also, there is this issue on fiscal incentives that do not promote the implementation of some of these measures, and these infrastructural challenges sometimes undermine the evolution in this energy efficiency buildings policies. So overall, there is a strong regional commitment, but as a next steps, we need to fully operationalize the policies and focus on enforcement, monitoring, and financial incentives. We did a map, but there is a disclaimer there. You should not read it as a direct evaluation of the progress of countries or even a direct comparison. Basically, looking at the policies we evaluated in meetMED 1 and meetMED 2 and that influenced the work that we were doing in meetMED 1 and meetMED 2, we built a kind of indicator just to check how the policies, those policies evolved, and you can see strong progress here, but again, do not look at this directly. This needs to be referred with the details on each country and what they are proposing. Here, we can definitely look at some evolution on energy efficiency building codes. This is information from a report from the International Energy Agency, and it's quite in tune with our policy evaluation database also. And basically you can see that in 2021, the map was almost all gray and yellow. Then in 2022, additional building codes were implemented and made mandatory. And then in 2023, again, some evolution. So we are on track at least to have the basis, which is the energy building codes. for each country, as I mentioned, we made a small summary sheet because we had lots and lots of information. So to make it easier to read, we made a small fact sheet for each country, 2 pages, 3 pages, basically with the current policy framework, looking at the measures for public buildings, measures for private buildings, and a bit of strategic targets on energy efficiency, renewable energy, and low carbon targets. And then a description of which of these elements needs to be improved and why, and then an action plan. So what are the stakeholders involved, what are the next steps, and how can we implement what is foreseen for each country. I will just show you briefly a list of the main policy, though, so this is just the title of the policies to be improved or to be implemented in each country. For instance, just highlighting, for instance, in Lebanon, we have policy developed in PV production at local scale. In fact, what this means was an active work in Lebanon on improving the national legislation on local production of PV, and also, as was mentioned also yesterday, the implementation of the energy efficiency building codes. So the structure of the document, which will also be published by meetMED. So this was very specific outputs that came out from this, and were also a recommendation and part of our action plan, let's say. Then for other countries, for instance, in Morocco, stepping into mandatory energy performance certificates for all buildings on transaction, which is a step forward, very, very important. And Morocco has a long-standing experience of implementing building codes, either from a prescriptive and performance-based system. So it's a country that can also share lots of its implementation process with others. And I'm not going into detail with anyone, then you can have some more details. What we did also was to try to group this country, and this has been a basis for our work and can be a basis for our future work also. Some countries are more focused on the energy efficiency building codes framework and the enforcement procedures. Some countries can focus a bit more on energy performance certifications. Some countries a bit more on energy efficiency and renewable production locally, and then some countries a bit more on innovative financing and efficiency funds. And you can see some of them repeat because they are interested in all of these topics and they have experience in implementing this. What we built also, based on all of the sessions, all of the data, all of the good practices that were available, was to check how those good practices support these policies that need to be improved or implemented. So we mapped it together, checking which country was producing this good practice, which country could receive these good practices, where it was implemented, what was the financing source, and then just linking it to these policy needs that were identified. And final slides, just to wrap up. Basically, this is more or less the structure of our working groups. The energy efficiency building codes was something that was almost common throughout all the countries. So one of the main conclusions is that this needs to be developed, implemented. Try to check if we can have some common standards available to start the work. And also looking at the integration of the policy instruments. Also mentioned yesterday, and very important, there is fragmentation of some policies, and this needs to be addressed. So energy efficiency building codes, in our case, it's kind of a baseline action and a baseline working group. And then we have what I called here transversal actions, 2 working groups also, the building renovation and the financing, and these are the main issues that were identified by the countries. So the building renovation needs to be integrated in all the other groups, and the financing, you will see that almost all the boxes have a reference to financing, so it was also very critical for all the countries. And then a support action on labeling and training. So also it was mentioned yesterday lots of times, capacity building, empowered skilled workforce, raise the public awareness and focus this on the building sector, and again financing. So we Sorry. So we identified common challenges, and as I listened to the presentations yesterday, it was nice to see that the challenges that we have identified together are really, really similar to what was discussed yesterday. So fragmented energy policy implementation, lack of comprehensive energy efficiency codes, need to have clear institutional roles and insufficient data and monitoring systems. And then also, we found out that there are several countries that have common pathways for improvement. So integrating policies, labeling schemes mainly as awareness raising, not only a mandatory schemes, but awareness raising, setting up common standards. This can be building blocks, so we don't need to have a common standard for all the countries because that's not feasible, but we can have common building blocks that can be adapted to each country in building codes, and we can learn from the experience from Lebanon, from the experience from Morocco, and how they have set it up, from the experience from Tunisia. Then also increased regional cooperation. This was something that was mentioned by all of the countries. In this graphic you see two hills. It just reminded me that we can have some hills on the way, both geostrategically, but in each country also. But I think we can surpass it by exploring these future cooperation pathways. So these are just some ideas that were shared by our experts, by our country experts. One basic need is to reinforce the concerted action as a preferred platform for discussion and knowledge exchange, and here include also more other stakeholders like the ministries. They were part of the process, but we need to work a bit more on having them on board more directly. Then a column on technical support, delivering technical support programs, here specifically also not only to exactly how to implement the building codes, develop common training tools. This is something that meetMED has been doing quite successfully, so it can be also support for the concerted action. And what I mentioned, these building blocks on energy efficiency building codes that can be used, adapted, and have a common reference, but are adaptable to each country. A very important thing, the synergies with local authorities. Not only to address multi-level governments, but in the case of buildings, also mentioned yesterday lots of time, to ensure the effective enforcement of the systems, because if we don't have the local authorities inside, it's not possible. So it was very nice that this was mentioned lots of times yesterday also. And then another issue which could be solved with peer learning and staff exchange programs. It was identified that lots of staff, not only in local authorities, but also in national authorities. And this is a challenge that is not from the South. This is a challenge for everyone. Yesterday, from CRES, we also heard that it's not that easy to link the local authorities plan, the local authorities enforcement, and the national strategies. So it's something that we can learn each other and that we can progress together each other. So defining technical standards and upscaling the competencies on local authorities, also to improve the effective enforcement procedures. So this was a bit the overall hat. If you want details on each country, we will soon have this publication, which is finished, but we are just in the final stages of the design. And once we publish it, then we can go into details in each country and check exactly what has been proposed for each country and how we can do it in the next years. So that's it. Thank you very much. Sorry, I forgot a very important slide. Can you? Is that okay? Yeah. So the last one is, well, nothing new, but here you can see that we can start to excavate those hills in the future together.
Thank you, João, for this presentation giving more insight on the results of the guidelines that we will be able to read when it's published very soon. I want to recall this focus on the local authorities once again, because it's going to be the main focus of the meetMED 3 next phase. And I'll call Didier now to present us a bit more what has been done in terms of collecting indicators to follow up on policies and strategies at national level, and maybe he can also provide insights on the opportunity to have such indicators for strategies at local level. Who knows, during the next phase. If you want to remain seated, I can give you this as you wish. Ici, là? Yeah. As you wish. Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to present our 3 years' work under the direction of Alexandro and the work package leader and my friend Osam, which is the co-chair of this activity called Monitoring Energy Efficiency Policy. It's called 2.4 activity. Yesterday I was grateful that many speakers mentioned the word monitoring of MRV. And this activity tried to have a practice on implementing a monitoring system through energy efficiency indicators. Yes, a lot of speakers mentioned the importance of implementing monitoring system. There are different dimensions of implementing a monitoring system. This is one, we call it top-down approach using energy efficiency indicator. The idea is to monitor the trend of energy efficiency at the level of one country. Here, this is just to recall you, there are many benefits to implement such type of monitoring system, but I suppose you are convinced about that. But it's important for policy monitoring, for tracking objective, for also put all the information in one unique place. The objective of this activity was to implement a common regional platform called meetMED Observer, which is a database on energy efficiency indicator. In fact, it's a database on energy demand at a detail level, and on which we can extract some energy efficiency indicators. Then we have some, in complement to discussion on the practice of agencies on modeling energy demand on long term, and discussion on national implementation of energy efficiency action plan. For that, we have 4 activities. The first one, which is certainly the most important in terms of timing and strategy, this is a database on energy efficiency indicators. Then second task on energy modeling, exchange of information on that, and NIP. Task 4 was in fact mixed with task number 1. I will not go in detail, but we go from training to development of tool, a database, and then reporting in some case. We were, at the beginning, I may say, 7 countries, but to be frank, in practice, only 5 countries were really active on that project, because it's true it's a difficult task to gather such type of data. Just to give you an information, it's around 800 type of data to fulfill the common template. There is a benefit of international comparison, so we develop also a regional database. In fact, we plan to have a regional data mapper, but due to the lack of information, we just have a sort of regional database. In total, we have 6 training on field of 2 days in Jordan, in Morocco, Tunisia, etc. We have 6 data collection at national level. I mentioned this monitoring system. It's not for meetMED or for Recre or for meetMED observers. This is for you. This is to develop a national monitoring system able to evaluate energy efficiency. So we have 6 database plus regional one. We make 7 webinars and 5 reports. You have some example in Jordan, and you can see the example of database for Algeria. I put that example because this is the most complete database so far, where more or less 100% of the data requirement was done. So it shows that it's workable. Some countries were not able to cover all the data, but it means it's workable. And about reporting, one of the base cases is Lebanon, and this is why I've invited Sabine to present this report as an example. This is a case of a database on Morocco. So we have data on energy at very detailed level by end users, by sector, etc., and activity data. And you can see that it's more or less covered. So this is a template which is common to all the country. So we are able to provide a comparison with the same definition, same type of calculation of indicators and so on. Here you have the screenshot of the meetMED observer database. Unfortunately, we don't cover the 5 or 7 countries because not all the countries have the full coverage. So this is an attempt of what could be a regional database. We have a workshop on long-term modeling. We have series of 3 webinars. It was very successful. I don't remember, but there are maybe 150 participants. I was really surprised by the number of participants. It was open to all the meetMED partners, but also some ministries, because a lot of modeling exercise has been done by ministries, not so much by agencies. First one, it's what kind of model do we use or do you develop? How you organize the data collection and the discussion on hypotheses, on what is the energy efficiency scenario, and finally some result to see if when we compare results of different models in different countries, what lesson we can learn. So it was really successful, and some conclusion, I will not go in details. There are clearly, to monitor efficiency, it's clearly the technico-economic modeling which is preferred as a more econometric model. I will not go to the technical detail. And something which is very interesting, there are 3 countries we use very sophisticated model which evaluates the impact at macroeconomic model. For example, what is the impact of energy efficiency investment on the energy bill, on the employment, so all the macroeconomic impact of energy efficiency policy. This is the 3 models which has been developed at ADEME, but which has been implemented in Tunisia, 2 or 3 countries in the Mediterranean region, and I encourage all the countries to use that type of modeling because it provides arguments. Yesterday we discussed about multi-benefit, and this type of modeling, which is very complex, I should say, provides some quantitative information on some multi-benefit, like number of employment, impact of policies on GDP growth, etc. NIP, it was managed by my friend Osam, a new father of the project. So we have one more expert in the network. It was a discussion on NIP, and the objectives are there. It's yes, exchange of information about practice on the National Energy Efficiency Action Plan. And there were some takeaways that are mentioned in the report. I will not discuss that in detail, but it's clear that there still needs some discussion, and now we shift from NIP to, at least in Europe, to NECPs, and there were yesterday discussion on that issue about the future type of reporting on energy efficiency. I can just, because I was participating to the French NIP, and really to make a NIP makes a difference in terms of discussion about policies, need of evaluating policies and so on. So it's really a useful instrument. So we have some general message using all this material. And we recognize that we have to go beyond the classic evaluation through multi-benefit. I will come back on that later. We need to, this is very, for me, important. The most important recommendation for me is that the energy efficiency monitoring should be put in a law. And I can give you two examples. The best example for me is Algeria, where the government commit the energy efficiency to produce energy efficiency database. So they have an observatory, and of course it makes a difference. The second example, it's Morocco. It's very recent, where the government provide a list of 50 energy efficiency indicators to the agency. And we use all our methodology to provide this tracking or monitoring of these energy efficiency indicators. So this is a good example. It exists also in Mexico, for instance, where the government oblige or commit the agency to produce energy efficiency indicators. We need regular end-use surveys, and this is not the case in the region. Again, the case of Morocco, the last detailed survey on household, it's 2012. And they will do a lot of new surveys in 2025. So you see, in many countries in Europe, there are some sort of yearly survey on that. So we have to discuss on a more regular survey. So this is, for me, the most important slide, the future work. Based on, because I was participating in meetMED 1, meetMED 2, so I can see some progress, and sometimes we were less effective than before. So I propose for phase 3, updating of the current database, because database should be updated normally every year, but maybe every 2 years, and I propose in the course of the next project to have one update. For the 5, let's say, very motivated countries, namely Algeria, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, Tunisia, which are different stages, and including reporting. This is very important because this time we fail a little bit on the reporting. The idea is that based on this data, we don't collect indicators for the beauty of the data. We are collecting data for policy evaluation. So this is very important to make a report on analysis on these indicators in terms of impact of energy efficiency policy evaluation. And this time, except Lebanon and partly Algeria, there were few reporting. And this is very important for us because it demonstrates that the partners have understood these energy efficiency indicators. Second idea is to organize webinars or training on exchange of information on end-use surveys. How countries are making end-use survey on for electrical appliances, for performances on buildings, etc., or at industrial sectors. Third, continuing the regional database. Yesterday I saw some country pushing the idea of benchmarking, and of course, I have implemented this methodology in 100 countries, and some regions are very happy to make benchmark, like in Europe or in Latin America. In some regions, you are a little bit behind that. So I encourage to go through this benchmarking. Then to answer to the question of Agathe, the idea is to propose to develop this methodology at local level. So each partner could select maybe one city where we can try to apply this methodology to monitor the energy efficiency performance of a city. So it should be on a voluntary basis. And we have, of course, a customized template for that. Fourth, 5 idea, bottom-up energy policy evaluation. There is a lack of capacity and knowledge on how to evaluate policies, how to evaluate the impact of MEPs, a building code, or a subsidy scheme, or even an advertising campaign. Is it possible? How we do that? And I think we still need to continue to discuss on that. And I propose to have a new series of webinars on that. Sufficiency. For those we don't know, sufficiency in French is sobriety. It's a step forward to energy efficiency. And why this idea come back? Algeria and I think Tunisia, now they call their strategy for energy efficiency and sufficiency. And this is interesting to discuss what to call sufficiency because it's a new concept. And I don't say that everybody can put what they want there behind this concept. But the idea is to make a series of webinars to discuss how you understand sufficiency, how you apply it in terms of modeling or in terms of indicator or even in terms of policy. Last point that I want to add that came from yesterday, to have a series of webinars on multi-benefit. In the European project that I coordinate for many years, we have developed multi-benefit evaluation, and I would like to share that type of knowledge and to train how we can evaluate the multi-benefit of energy efficiency at a national level. So this is a list of ideas. I don't know if we are able to do everything, if you are interested. I like voluntarism, enthusiasm. So I will make a survey to see what type of subject are you interested in, and if you prefer training, webinars, and so on. And I hope you will be interested by this program. And now I will give the share of the floor to Sabine to show you a concrete example of our achievement.
Hello everyone. It's my great pleasure to present our national report developed by ALME with the ALME team led by Dr. Adnan Jouni that consists on a national energy efficiency database for Lebanon, enabling key indicator analysis using institutional data and ALME's expertise in energy management. The database enabled the calculation of key indicators every couple of years to assess energy performance across sectors and guide informed policy making. It began with an overview of project objectives, data sources, and Lebanon's policy and energy context, followed by analysis of national and sectoral energy efficiency trends. And these included overall energy intensities, electricity production efficiency and grid losses, industrial energy use with a focus on cement, transport patterns and vehicle data, residential consumption by source and use, energy use in hotels and hospitals, and trends in agriculture. So the last update of Lebanon's energy efficiency indicators was in 2010. 2020. Since then, no further updates have been made, primarily due to a lack of financial resources and irregular access to the necessary data. These challenges were significantly exacerbated by the 2019 financial crisis, which severely impacted institutional capacity, and the situation was further compounded by the Beirut port explosion in 2020, which disrupted the data collection efforts of strained already limited resources across key institutions. So it was necessary to rely on estimation in most cases in order to assess the situation when using the MED Absorber tool. This graph, for example, illustrates the evolution of GDP in Lebanon, which showed steady growth from 2000 until with a sharp declining beginning in 2019. This downturn was triggered by the severe economic crisis in 2019 and further compounded by the COVID-19 pandemic and the Beirut port explosion, which also dropped significantly after 2019. Regarding primary energy intensity, it closely follows the trend of the primary energy consumption, and primary energy use declined steadily until 2011, followed by a notable increase between 2011 and 2020. So this rise in energy intensity can be attributed mainly to economic stagnation, which is a bad indicator to have an increase in energy intensity. So, and a significant population increase, of course, largely driven by the Syrian refugee crisis and the worsening the domestic and economic situation. For example, for the residential sector, household units consumption, both total and electricity specific, declined until 2007, as shown in this graph. Starting 2007, there was an increase in unit consumption, mainly due to the recovery of private household consumption. For this graph, for example, the key trends here are for agriculture. A significant increase in energy intensity began around 2008, likely linked to the cessation of smuggling activities. This followed by a relative decrease, probably due to the structural changes within the sector. For the industry, a sharp decline in energy intensity observed up to 2012, driven by the growth of the construction sector, which is relatively low in energy consumption but high in added value. From 2012 to 2017, intensity saw a slight increase due to the economic slowdown in construction, followed by the sharp rise between 2018 and 2020 as a result of the national economic crisis. For the tertiary sector, there was a general decline in energy intensity until 2012, followed by a steady increase up to 2017 and a more pronounced rise in 2019-2020. It is important to note that energy intensity in this sector is closely linked to economic activity, particularly in financial and tourism services, which dominate the tertiary sector in Lebanon. As recommendations, to advance energy efficiency monitoring in Lebanon, several key actions are recommended. First, it is essential to update and maintain the National Energy Efficiency Indicator database on a regular basis. This should be supported by conducting targeted sectoral and subsectoral surveys, as Didier said, to address current data gaps. Strengthening the role of the Central Administration of Statistics in Lebanon, CAS, that plays a critical role in collection, validation, and dissemination of national energy data, which is essential for monitoring Lebanon's energy performance and designing energy-based policies. Improving data sharing mechanisms will also be critical to ensure consistent access to reliable information. Given the current economic and financial and institutional challenges in the country, CAS lacks the resources and technical capacity to systematically update this data. So securing financial and technical support is necessary to sustain these efforts, especially for surveys. alongside developing a centralized energy information platform to facilitate analysis and dissemination. In parallel, national capacity must be built in energy data management to reduce dependency on external support. Finally, it's important to integrate these indicators into policy and planning processes to ensure data-driven decision-making and track progress toward national energy goals. Thank you.
Just one word. I have several choices to select a good report. One case is Algeria, which is updated more recently than Lebanon. I take the example of Lebanon because there is a debate. Do we make a database only with official data, or do you accept to complete this database with some good estimate made by experts? And of course, with estimate, if you accept to have good estimate, you increase the level of analysis and you are more closer to the reality of efficiency. So this is why I take this example and I try to push all the partners to accept to add to the official data some good estimate to have more deep analysis. Thank you, Sabine, for that effort.
Thank you, Didier and Sabine, for these insights on monitoring and evaluation of public policies and for the next recommendation on how to better build capacity around the indicators collection and how to build the estimates. And let's now move to another national cooling strategies policies topic, which concerns the district cooling initiative and their potential in the Mediterranean region. And I will leave the floor to Mustafa Hassanin, which led this activity, to tell us more about the main outputs of the potential of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Agathe. Good morning. Good morning, all. My name is Mustafa Hassanin. I am a senior expert at the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, RECRE. You know, RECRE is a main partner for implementing the meetMED, and actually we are covering 17 member states, all from the Arab countries, and 8 of them is countries for the project. So we are work with passion towards our activities in the project. We will cover now the activity 317 regarding the potential of district cooling in MENA countries. Actually, when we started the activity more than 3 years ago, so the cooling topic itself in our countries is a very recent or a very new topic. So our activity was very informative for us, first of all for us as a working team, and then also we try to transfer the knowledge for the cooling itself, the potential of cooling, what's meaning by cooling, national cooling action plan, what's district cooling. Actually, district cooling mainly is a solution for the cooling challenges. So first of all, we address the challenge for the cooling in our countries is there is a KPIs or the key performance indicators or targets for cooling in on our strategic level in our countries or not. If is it exact what is the potential sectors that cover the cooling, and then from all of this we conclude to the district cooling as a solution. The main objective for the activity is to foster the development of district cooling schemes, and mainly for the building sector. We are talking about the space cooling as a potential for all of our countries, and also it is one of the best practices for the energy efficiency solutions in our countries, and also to meet our commitments not only for the GHG emissions only, but also for all the other hydrofluorocarbons and the Montreal Protocol and all the international commitments regarding the carbon emissions and also all the other commitments. If we are talking about the potential for the future, so we are talking about the IEA projected a 45% increase in global cooling demand up to 2050. So it's a huge amount of cooling. We are talking about the cooling as a solution for the new urbanization needs cooling storage. And we are also one of the maybe major challenges now that we need the food all over the year, all types of food all over the year. So now we are talking also about refrigeration and also the cold chain values and how to enhance all of this. Our activity mainly targeted all the countries that covered by the project, the 8 countries, and also we start our surveys working with the national agencies, and also we working with the ministries of energy and for housing to search about the targets for the cooling, what's going on the strategic level of each country, and then up to the implementation stage for the public authorities and also the national agencies. We could see that this is maybe takeaways for our journey, that we start to search about the district cooling sector, who is responsible for the district cooling itself in the countries. Is the Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Housing, which agency who could implement, and also what type of topics that could be covered by the activity. We will see now our journey through each country one by one, and then we will see that a summary for all the activities that and also the conclusions that we conclude through our journey. For Morocco, we will go one by one, but very fast because it's very detailed, and also we have a very informative report nowadays in the final design stage. For Morocco, we start on this level of searching about the sustainable energy laws or the strategic level, and then going to the regulatory analysis, what's going on the context of energy efficiency first of all, and then from the energy efficiency targets, what's going on the cooling. Is it mentioned in the indices? Mainly, is it mentioned as a target in the energy policy or the energy strategy in country? And also we do this type of the regulatory analysis for each country. I will go very fast here, that we could see that we have a potential for cooling activities in Morocco, and also there is a existing study for potential of cooling activities in Marrakesh. This study is done by the UNEP, United Nations for Environment Program, and also all the details of the reduction of the benefits of the CO2 emission, refrigeration, and also what's the electricity saved by implementing this project. So this is a potential for activity for district cooling in Marrakesh. Then we go for Algeria. We go country by country, as I mentioned, and then we will go for an overall market survey. We could see here that also for Algeria, we're talking about the MEPS minimum energy performance standards, and also our colleague Akram will talk more about the MEPS in his activity. We could see that also the regulatory analysis in Algeria, what's going on in the context of the cooling, and ending by also if there is existing project or the studies for district cooling potential or not. I will go very fast country by country, but we have here also in Tunisia we have a very good potential. Al-Buhaira, the lake, there is district cooling project study there, and also in Monastir project there is a visibility study conducted also 2 years ago now, and it's complete by the UNEP team. For Egypt, there is implemented projects already for district cooling. We have 2 major projects. One of them is already completed with 16-ton refrigeration potential, 60 tons refrigeration potential, and also there is the new one, 64-ton, is nowadays under implementation in the new administrative capital. In Lebanon, the same issue. We searched about what's going on the energy efficiency level for the NIAB and also all the building sector codes. And I could share with you now for Palestine the same, and Jordan. This is the market size for cooling, and Jordan also have a very good potential for cooling in Al Abdali district cooling, and we also have conducted a visit for this project. Now we could see the strategic target analysis in each country. So we could see here that this is a summary of all countries. So we are talking about the GHG reduction targets for each country. This is the NDC indicators. And also what is the key sectors that targeted by the NDCs. So this is a commitment for the country to achieve, and also the key targets and the potential, and also what is the base year of analysis. So this is maybe the starting point for us in our study to see what is the targets or what is the commitment for the countries for the NDCs. For the cooling potential per sector, so that we could see here, this is the NDCs indicators. We are searching about the cooling targets in each country. So is the NDC for each country mentioned, the national determined contributions mentioned directly that there is a potential for cooling or not? If not, is there is a potential for the energy efficiency, and what is also the main sectors that covered by the NDCs? This is our analysis also for each country. The potential for the industrial sector and also the cooling sector, which is cross-cutting with all sectors. This is the final collective market survey results or analysis of our activity. We could see that we see regulation and the policies for energy efficiency is there in all of our countries. Some of our countries have specific cooling action plans, legislations or codes, technical codes. So it's differentiate between each country, what's going on. And also we have cooling potential among other demand sectors. We could see that there's a huge amount of cooling potential, especially in the space cooling, in the building sector, and also in the industrial sector. Existing financing opportunities, some countries, when you go to the commercial bank to ask about a fund for the district cooling project, you could see a positive result or the positive response. In some countries, they have a dedicated financial programs, financial schemes for the cooling. We have some implemented projects in our countries, and some now, some studies has been finalized, also the feasibility assessment of district cooling studies. This is maybe the final analysis of the activity. The lesson learned by, or this is the challenges, our challenges. We could see that high capital investment required to build the new district heating or cooling networks. We are talking about is the new district cooling is the potential will depend only on the fossil fuel, or it will be depend on renewable energy. So we didn't want to provide a solution based on fossil fuel again. So this is traditional fossil fuel district cooling systems also are there in the market. So we are now talking about the renewable energy merged with the district cooling. Lack of awareness and also the monopoly for the technology itself. We didn't have the technology yet, but nowadays we are talking about programs for technology transfer. This is the country needs for promoting the district cooling technologies. We are talking about regulations, national funding mechanism dedicated for the district cooling. We are talking about an institutional framework and the best practice to share knowledge sharing, and also the capacity building programs to increase or enhance the technicalities behind the district cooling potential. Just to mention also that during our activity, we have covered a lot of knowledge exchange missions under the activity 342, which was led by our colleague Iman Adel. So we have covered also these knowledge exchange missions in different countries to exchange the practices and also build the capacities in the cooling sector. So why we do these capacity building programs, and also this is some maybe shots of our visits, one of them to Paris, and one of them to Madrid, and the last one to Cairo during the meetMED week to visit the district cooling power plant in the new administrative capital. Just to mention, this is some shots of our visits. Just to mention before closing that working in this very productive and informative activity leads us to open new areas of working, so that nowadays we have another project led by our leader, technical leader, Dr. Magid, with the UNIP team and the Cool Coalition, called the National Cooling Action Plans. So nowadays we are working on creating a regional methodology for how to implement National Cooling Action Plan in the MENA region. We are in the final stage of creating this methodology, and then we choose 2 countries. One of them is Morocco. We'll start with Morocco to implement the NCAP, the National Cooling Action Plan, on the ground for the first time on the region. So that's all from my side, and thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa, for this very interesting insight, and we look forward to the development of the NDC in Morocco, and to maybe find synergies with the next phase of the meetMED 3 as well. Thank you to all the speakers, and I will leave the floor to group photo, yeah. Before leaving the floor to Ryan Mortada to moderate the session on the tools we developed under the meetMED 2 project, different kind of tools, decision support tools, and other capacity building platforms developed during this phase. Thank you.
Test. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Mortada. I am the regional officer of MEDENER, the Mediterranean Association of Agencies for Energy Efficiency and Environment. It's a real pleasure to welcome you all to this technical session dedicated to the online tools developed within the framework of the meetMED 2 project. Over the past 4 years, we've worked hand in hand with our national agencies across the Mediterranean to identify needs on the ground, co-develop targeted solutions, and test digital tools in real contexts. I'm proud to have been directly involved in this collaborative process and to see the outcomes presented here today. These tools have been designed for project owners, school managers, local authorities, and aim to provide practical support in key areas such as energy efficiency, green building, access to financing, and e-waste management. They reflect a shared commitment to enabling sustainable practices and promoting concrete, scalable solutions. We hope these tools will continue, they will continue to serve as a valuable resources long after the meetMED 2 project comes to a close. So without further delay, let's now introduce our esteemed speakers. So I will be calling on stage Claudia Victorino, Claudia is a graduate of International Relations from University of Lisbon. With a diverse professional background in energy, international trade, and cooperation, she currently serves as a technical expert at ADEN, focusing on international partnerships and institutional networks, and plays a key role in the meetMED 2 project. Hussam Al-Hirafi. Hussam, he brings 13 years of experience in energy economics, regulatory frameworks, and sustainable energy policy. He has led numerous regional projects and developed the meetMED 2 Finance Navigator, supporting energy efficiency and renewable energy initiative across diverse regions. Dr. Rita Najjar. Dr. Rita Najjar, she holds a PhD in energy and nanotechnology and has over 18 years of experience in energy efficiency, green energy, circular economy projects. She leads the circular economy division at ALME and is also a professor at the Lebanese University, working on international cooperation with major institutions. Alessandra Gugliandolo, I hope I pronounced it well. Alessandra is a building engineer and senior researcher at ENEA, where she leads effort in energy efficiency through innovative materials and renewable energy integration. She contributes to national and EU projects, including meetMED, and is recognized for her expertise in sustainable building systems and smart readiness indicators. And last but not least, Ahmed Abdel Rasoul. He's an environmental expert with over 15 years of experience in climate change, solid waste management, and sustainable energy. At RECRE, he leads national strategies and master plans and is a certified expert with EBRG, IFC, and KFW, contributing significantly to environmental sustainability in the region. So thank you all for being here, and we will start without further ado. It's Claudia who will present us the Priority E tool. It's a practical tool designed for local authorities to support decision-making by comparing different energy efficiency measures in public buildings. It helps assess both potential energy saving and cost effectiveness to guide investment priorities. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ryan. So you already did the introductions, but let me just introduce myself once again. I'm Claudia from ADEN, the Portuguese Energy Agency, and I'll be telling you about the Priority Decision Support Tool, which is the main focus of one of the activities led by ADEN. And so we'll start by showing you a short video, right, Asma? Okay, perfect, thank you. Asma, just to be sure, is the video showing? Just a second, okay, because I see it in front of me. Okay. I propose perhaps we show the video at the end of the presentation. Yes? Okay, perfect. So I was hoping that we would start with the video because it would give you a pretty good idea of what the priority decision support tool is. And I would be providing additional information, but we'll do it the other way around. And so very important to mention, I'll be supported today in my presentation by Marko Kavar from Regea, which is the Northwest Croatia Regional Energy Agency. And they play the very important role in this activity, as you will see in a moment. So, let me start with a disclaimer that this tool was not developed from scratch by meetMED. It was actually originally created by Interreg MED Priority, which was one of the modular projects of the Efficient Buildings community. And then it was further improved in its second phase, Priority Plus. The overall aim of this project was to strengthen the policymaking and strategic planning competences of local and regional public authorities in the energy management of public buildings, and thereby support their local action plans in 5 Mediterranean countries: Italy, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Croatia. The tool itself was developed by and is currently managed by Regea, which is a regional energy agency, as I mentioned, and a recognized center of knowledge and excellence that was established in 2008. So during the first phase of meetMED, specific bottlenecks to the increase energy efficiency in buildings were identified. And one of the identified bottlenecks was the lack of decision-making tools available both at the national and local levels. And so to address those bottlenecks, it was decided that in its second phase, meetMED would implement pilot actions. Through its participation in the Efficient Buildings community, ADEN had become aware of this tool, and that's how they identified the opportunity to promote its transferring to new countries. So besides the obvious benefits of integrating new Mediterranean geographies into the tool and bringing it to new users that would benefit from it, this action also presented the advantage of establishing synergies between different EU-funded programs and projects focused on the MED region and on the promotion of energy efficiency in buildings. And so to formally operationalize this transfer, an MOU was signed between meetMED and the Efficient Buildings community in 2021. So what is the decision support tool? In a nutshell, it is an online-based application for assessing the cost effectiveness of a predefined set of energy efficiency and renewable energy measures. By providing a hypothetical scenario for the application of each measure, it supports users in selecting the most beneficial ones and calculating the subsequent energy and financial savings, both for individual buildings but also for a building stock. So we can say that this tool is useful on 2 levels. The technical level, because it offers a structured and data-driven approach to evaluating the energy performance of a building and identifying the best measures to improve its energy efficiency, but also on an institutional level because it supports the identification of priority areas for energy efficiency buildings and data-driven policy making that will contribute also to national and local strategies for energy efficiency. The main motivation behind priority was precisely to strengthen the policy making and strategic planning competences of local and regional authorities in the energy management of their public buildings, by providing them with this user-friendly and open source tool that could usually be used by energy planners, policymakers, and local administrators. But even though the tool was created with local authorities as the main target audience, and the partners who participated in this activity have acknowledged its usefulness to them, they pointed out that the tool's somewhat technical complexity does require providing adequate training to municipal technical staff to ensure that they can use it in an effective way and that they can, most importantly, interpret the results. So, with the transferring of the tool to the 3 new countries during meetMED, so Algeria, Palestine, and Jordan, with the participation of our partners, APRU, NERC, and PENRA, the tool is now available and completely free of charge in a total of 8 countries. Now for the main features of the tool, I will hand it over to my colleague, Marco Cavar. Marco, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Happy to be here and thank you for the invitation. Just in short, to say about the features of the tool. So the main idea of the tool was to give basic information for local authorities. It is not 100% correct. It's just a tool to help guide local authorities in applying some measures on the one building or building. So the main feature is that you have a single building where you can add building, analyze building, determine which measures are the most optimal, the most effective. But also you can compare buildings in themselves to see if you have, for instance, €1 million, which building should be first renovated, or which set of measures on all buildings should be done jointly for, let's say, 10 or 50 buildings. For each building or bundle of the buildings, you can create a very nice reports that you can export or in PDF, so that you can actually take that from the tool and you do not have to log in each time. But also you have some other parts which are very valuable, such as dashboard, where you can easily see what is the, for example, consumption of all the building stuff that you possess, or the CO2 emissions, or potentially CO2 savings and energy savings as a result of measures that you want to perform. On the other hand, we have tutorials, very detailed tutorials on all languages, which basically guide you in this whole process of how to use the tool. And in the end, we have some an admin section where we can edit database, where we can give permissions to different users to see and edit some buildings, where we can adjust translations, and so. That's short. I'm very sad that we don't have more time to open the tool to share you some features in live, but there will be opportunity in the future. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Marco. So now I'll be walking you through the 5 main steps to use priority. So obviously the first step is to head on over to the portal and sign up, create an account, and then await its activation upon Regea's approval. Next, as I already mentioned, the use of the tool does require some training, so it is very important that users consult and study the available training materials that are available in several languages. And next, it's time to start collecting the data, which is divided into 6 categories. So basically we have a basic info, the first category, that includes the region where the building is located, its typology, the number of users, the working hours, and so on. We will also need information on technical systems such as heating and cooling. Next, also the lighting system, the type, the power, the number of light bulbs. Also information, very important, on the building parts, so the roofs, the external walls, the windows, the floors, and also water consumption and ventilation. One very important note is that the energy consumption data does not need to be input because it's automatically calculated by the tool, and the water consumption is actually just for the user's record. It's not actually used in any calculations. So then, what is left to do? The users can create an unlimited number of buildings and compare buildings with the highest potential for energy and financial savings. And the input for each building, as I mentioned, is divided into those 6 categories. And the more data the user inputs, the more accurate the results will be. This is a very important point, and I will be reinforcing it during this presentation. And so, finally, once all the data is input, the user can analyze the results and generate the report. So basically, the tool calculates the necessary investments for each measure and the related return on investment. And this allows users to compare the alternatives and understand which measures they should prioritize according to the energy and financial savings impact versus the estimated investment required. Furthermore, there is also the possibility, as Marco mentioned, to compare buildings by using the benchmarking mode. And here users can see which buildings in their stock have the highest potential for energy and financial savings. Oops, I'm sorry. Also worth mentioning is the fact that the user is given an overview of all relevant information about calculations on the current state and on the renovated state. So namely, the energy needed and delivered for heating, cooling, domestic hot water, lighting, the total energy delivered for the building, primary energy, and CO2 emissions. So I'll hand it over to you again, Marco, just to tell us a bit about the main improvements that were done to the tool during meetMED.
Yes, sure. So as we already mentioned, we expanded this tool to 3 new countries, and we introduced a standard detect what is wrong in the applications. We developed new calculations. So as it was already mentioned before, we had to input energy consumption. Now we transform to calculate this heat demand, energy, primary energy, and so on according to the EU legislation. So we are kind of seeing like the energy certification process, to be honest. Furthermore, we completely overhauled calculations for PV and solar thermal, for ventilation and for lighting. And we somehow got closer to this realistic calculation and having something concrete to compare. On the other hand, we also introduced several new features in the user interface, such as overview of the building information, this energy analysis that Gloria mentioned, and Claudia mentioned, and PV and solar thermal have, but that you can see it in the application directly. Lastly, we remodeled the reports. The meetMED gave us the structure, so now when you export it, you have a very detailed information for your building. We updated some parameters a long time ago when we last did it. So, but in general, we really moved from the estimation tool to the, I would say, tool that can realistically do some estimations in terms of energy certification, in terms of how building would react if you implement PV or heat pump or whatever technology you want. Yeah. For the next part is we wanted to say what needs to happen for the integration of new countries. So the best contact Claudia or then or Regia to agree on the term, because when you introduce the countries, we need a database for the country, prices, solar radiation, and so on. So that is filled in the database files in the Excels, and then you need to attend capacity training events and training materials, and then in the end the pilot project, which basically consists of us supporting you into inputting this data and showing you some errors, identifying some bugs, and so on. Last from my slides is just to remember that this is not a tool that should replace some design process or some very advanced costly tools. So this is the tool developed with each project, and each collaboration is also the opportunity to improve the toolkit and to adjust it to your needs. You can shift it in whichever direction you need it. meetMED needed it in this way, and I think it's a right way how to develop these online tools.
Close our presentation, what you should keep in mind before using the tool. So even though we consider it relatively easy to use, the tool, as we mentioned, does have some technical complexity, and so it requires the adequate training, as we already mentioned, to ensure that users, can use it in an effective way and understand its results. Once again, it should be emphasized that the accuracy of the output depends on the quality and detail of the input. So users will only obtain reliable results, even if indicative, if the quality, if they are able to input as much information and data as possible. Otherwise, the system resorts to generic database information that can lead to uncertain results. And last but not least, it is important to underline that the decision support tool gives users an overview of the improvement possibilities to their buildings, but it does not, however, provide a 100% accurate estimate of energy savings and measure implementation costs. The results are indicative, but are not to be used as a replacement to an energy audit. So it can be used as a reference, as a preliminary screening instrument for preparing energy audit reports and energy efficiency planning, but it's not, as I mentioned, a replacement. It's just a guide or a basis. And with this, I finish my presentation. In case of any inquiries or if you're interested in using the tool, please reach out to me or Marco. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Claudia and Marco, for this great presentation. I'd like to emphasize the importance of the initiative you took. Yeah. Great. Should we go ahead and watch the video?
I think there's just 3 minutes. Do we have time? Or no?
We're not supposed to, but for Asma, I cannot say no to Asma. Let's go.
So hard.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at the video and we'll get back to the conclusion.
Buildings account for approximately 30% of global energy consumption, with an even higher share in meetMED target countries. From heating and cooling to lighting and appliances, energy demand in buildings is continuously increasing. To address this challenge, global and regional initiatives have focused on reducing energy consumption, an essential step toward minimizing environmental impact and improving energy efficiency. But how much energy can a building save with the right measures? And how self-sufficient can it become using renewable energy sources? The Decision Support Tool, developed by Regia within Priority and Priority Plus and upgraded by the meetMED initiative, provides answers to these questions. This web-based application, available in 7 languages, supports local and regional authorities in identifying the potential for energy and financial savings in public buildings or building stocks. The tool allows users to input detailed information about their buildings, and this data becomes the foundation for a series of background calculations. Which provide insights into energy consumption, losses, and even on-site renewable energy production. After defining the building's current state, users can explore 11 energy efficiency and renewable energy measures. Whether upgrading insulation, transitioning to LED lighting, or integrating PV and solar hot water systems, the tool evaluates the impact of each measure individually or cumulatively. Users can then compare the building's current state with a potential future state, analyzing energy savings, CO2 reductions, and financial impacts. For added convenience, the Decision Support Tool generates comprehensive reports for individual buildings, including all calculations and recommendations. The tool also features a benchmarking option, enabling users to analyze up to 10 buildings simultaneously. Getting started is easy. Register in just a few steps. Technical support is just 1 email away. Check out the contact area on the landing page. Ready to optimize energy efficiency in your buildings? Visit
Thank you. So yes, thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Marco. I think it's important, besides the technical aspects that we just saw in this video, to thank you for taking the for going through your network and finding tools that are available and that can be adapted for the southern Mediterranean countries. And I think it's important to note as well that that not only it offers the tool some real-life testing, but also it was the method of calculations. You said the method of calculations also were improved, and it's a great example that there is also a know-how in the southern Mediterranean countries, and the engineers we have are also talented and brings a lot to the discussion. So thank you very much. So next we will move on to the Finance Navigator. So the Finance Navigator is a tool. It's a digital platform that catalogs financing, opportunities, loan grants, and other mechanisms offered by the international financing institutions to South Mediterranean countries. It aims to improve access to climate and energy project funding. So the stage is yours, Hussam.
Thank you, Rian. Hello, everybody. My name is Hussam Al-Harafi. I'm activity leader of Develop Interactive Tool and Guideline on the platform dedicated to project owners. This is the actual name of the activity. Then we name the the tool as meetMED Finance Navigator. We targeted 8 South Mediterranean countries: Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Morocco, Palestine, and Tunisia. The objective of this activity was to provide technical support to project owners and holders on financing energy efficiency in building and appliances, also to facilitate access to finance or information and administrative procedures for energy efficiency project and programs, as well as make available information related to existing national, regional, and international financing schemes. Also, another part of the web tool or the Finance Navigator to showcase studies about the regional and international case studies, and inbuilt definition for each financial instrument. Why the meetMED Finance Navigator? Most of project developers and owners are, even if they are expert or non-expert in the field, they are lacking a comprehensive list of all financing options in their countries or regionally in their countries. So specific also when we start creating the tool, we found that most of the administrative procedures of financial facilities are scattered, and we need to collect all of them and organize them in one place. So the Finance Navigator is systematic and organized database created to support project holders as well as the experts and non-experts on how to access to financial facilities and funds dedicated to energy efficiency in building and appliances. This is the steps, what we are doing in creating the tool. Actually, this is a chance to thank all my colleagues working with us, supporting in this activity. Starting from data collection, we have several steps, starting from comprehensive data collection of data. Then we consultation with the South Mediterranean countries to create a report on how on web tool and funding guide. Then we move to another step of work. After collecting data, we go to the web development work. We announced the term of references on website, and we contracting with a web development agency to create the web tool, and starting with development of web tool platform and content integration, then search engine optimization and site analysis, since these tools supported by AI and chatbot, and to be more attractive and interactive with project users. This is the layout of meetMED Finance Navigator. Home page about the database. It's in the third tab, Finance Provider Database. You can find the list of financing program database and the Green Fund database. Also, the web tool or Finance Navigator supported by case studies and learning part to support non-experts or non-professionals in the energy and financing energy efficiency, how to use terminologies or be familiar with these terminologies of financing, like typical steps of financing, getting ready for financing. This is some guide on how to use these terminologies. Also supported by Media Center, Knowledge Hub, success stories, and event calendar of meetMED. This is the outcome of meetMED Finance Navigator. We have 18 in the South Mediterranean countries. We have 18 available funds, national funds, local financial funds, international funds, and so on. Within this, also our database, we have 36 financing mechanisms available, finance option for energy efficiency screened and listed. Why the tool is unique? We can make it, you can search in one pager prepared for each financing option. Also, we have filtered by country, by status, by source of fund, by eligibility, beneficiaries, and you will see this categorization in the next slide. This is example of the database, finance provider database searching option. You can see in the left side of the presentation the options, the filter options that are provided by in the navigator. Also, this is example about a green funds database. Also, this you can search by 3 category: country, status, and source of fund. The web tool also have outstanding features like a dynamic layout design that integrate a web tool and integration funding guide in one place. Also, comprehensive database for green fund and financing programs with browse tool layout that allows users to filter based on 4 simple plus 5 detailed search criteria. Also, the most important thing is user-friendly interface for viewing all financing programs on a single page. This page you can search for it and download it as a PDF or QR code, and easy to access even online or offline after you download the PDF file. Also, you have info data. You can the user or the web developer or the owner of project, he can access to the specific financial facility and contact directly with the financial facilities through AI chatbots or event calendar and success stories. Example of the funds. This is what we see also in the video after the presentation. Here some of example about region, existing fund in the region. For example, for national funds, we have Jarif in Jordan and Central Guarantee Fund of Morocco. For international funds, a Green for Growth Fund and the Green Climate Fund and Climate Investment Fund. All of these funds available also in the South Mediterranean countries. For international financial institution, EBRD has through Green Economy Financing Facility. It's active in Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Morocco, and Tunisia. Finally, United Nations programs and funds like Lebanon, a Green Investment Facility, and CHIP Egypt, solar heat and in industrial process. This is just an highlight and example of the content of the web tool, and you can search in details in the navigator itself. This is the website, the homepage, and below you can find the website meetMEDFinanceNavigator.org. And this is from my side. And please, Asma, if you can turn on the video.
For your energy efficiency project through meetMED Finance Navigator. meetMED Finance Navigator is a web-based tool and guidelines that aim to assist in the development of bankable energy efficiency projects as part of the meetMED project initiatives supported by the European Union targeting the project beneficiary countries. A total of 36 financing programs are available in the Finance Provider Database section. You can easily select the best program as per your requirements through the 11 filters available, where you can access all the details about financing programs. You can also directly contact the financing facility or program. The Green Funds Database. Here you can find 18 programs sorted by 3 filters. Finally, the Energy Efficiency Finance Basics section serves as an educational resource, guiding users on the fundamental concepts and principles of financing energy efficiency projects and green finance. For more details about meetMED Finance Navigator, please visit our website.
Thank you a lot, Hussam. I live now in Brussels, but I've been on the other side of the Mediterranean, and I know how important it is to have this information. Actually, I've worked assisting project owners and municipalities in finding financing for their projects, and I know how difficult it is sometimes to navigate through all the eligibility criterias and find the right financing. So thank you. I think it needs to be regularly updated to stay relevant. So the next tool will be the GrassMed platform. It's a self-assessment and simulation tool for green building certification, helping users estimate the grass label level a building can achieve. It is paired with a MOOC targeting students and professionals in the construction and energy sectors. So, Rita Najjar, the floor is yours.
Asma. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm glad today to present to you the Pioneer Initiative, GrassMed Green Book Open Online Courses and Professional Certifications. I would like to thank Ryan, to thank the organizers for inviting me and to be a part of this event. And I would like to express a special thank to Dr. Adel Murtada, whose vision has helped to bring grass to life. And a special acknowledge to the valuable support of our dedicated communication officer, Asma, for disseminating this initiative that I hopefully it will. Mirror. Okay.
Do you have a PowerPoint or is it like this?
It doesn't. It's okay. Okay. Does it work? Okay. 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 Let's begin with our first question. Why GrassMed and why now? So today we stand at a critical crossroads where escalating challenges about climate change, urban pollution, energy overconsumption. So all these challenges are pushing us to rethink how we build, how we live, how we interact with our environment. So the idea of building actively contributes to a healthier planet is no more a vision, but it's more a necessity to do it. But for change to take a root, we need solutions that must be adapted to local realities, inclusive in their reach, and practical in their application. In fact, effectively, this is the role of GrassMed rating system, which was developed to reflect the specific environmental, economic, and construction contexts of the Mediterranean region. However, finding solutions, it's only the mid of the battle. So we need those solutions to be accessible in order to create a real difference. Therefore, we have the GrassMed platform. So, small movie for it.
The Mediterranean region, rich in heritage and biodiversity, is also at the front lines of climate and urban development challenges. With growing energy demands and increasingly dense cities, the need for clean and sustainable building practices is more urgent than ever. That's where GrassMed comes in, a pioneering initiative developed by meetMED with support from the European Union. GrassMed is tailored specifically to promote and measure green building practices across the Mediterranean region.
No sound?
At its core, GrassMed is a digital sustainability rating and certification system. It evaluates buildings based on key environmental performance indicators, like energy and water efficiency, sustainable materials, and indoor comfort. Its criteria are rooted in regional needs, ensuring practical, applicable, and locally grounded assessments. GrassMed is designed for architects, engineers, project developers, local authorities, and educators. Whether you're designing a school, renovating a hospital, or shaping building policies, GrassMed gives you the tools to design smarter, more sustainable spaces. The GrassMed network currently brings together 8 participating countries and is actively expanding to broaden its reach and amplify its visibility across the region. The platform is completely free and available in English, French, and Arabic, making it inclusive and accessible to users across the region. It was developed hand in hand with national experts to ensure it meets real needs on the ground. GrassMed is helping shape a greener future, one building at a time, ready to take part in the shift towards sustainable architecture. Explore the tool, rate your project, and become part of a community that's driving positive environmental change. Visit grass-med.com to learn more. GrassMed, powered by meetMED, supported by the European Union.
So, as you have shown, GrassMed platform combines three sections: the self-evaluation, the certification, and the big open online courses. So it is the first of its kind in the Mediterranean region by merging the education with technical assessment in simple, scalable, and user-friendly way. So objectives are clear: raising awareness about the benefits of sustainable buildings, promoting responsible practices for widespread adoption, but most important is fostering regional collaboration and knowledge exchange. So, however, you might still wondering why we need a new rating system while there is global rating systems that are valuable as BREEAM, LEED, EDGE, etc. Yes, that's true, but those rating system doesn't respond our needs in the region because they focus on high-end development. They impose criteria that do not correspond to our climate, local climate, our budget, even our construction practices. In another hand, GrassMed, which is a regional voluntary certification system that complements existing national standards when they exist, and it offers a different approach, so it adapts to regional realities, it's inclusive and accessible, and the most important point, that it's built for the MENA region, not just applied to it. So let's navigate a little bit in the platform to discover what it offers. Here it is, our platform. So in the platform you have two sections: the public section, which is accessible to everyone, and the section where you need to create your own profile. So in the public section, you can go to Grass to discover about the rating system itself. And you can as well discover all the countries participating, so the GRASS network, which include, as you have seen, 8 countries. And you discover in these sections pages related to these countries where you have all the information about the regulations, activities of the country in the green building sector. You can, of course, follow up all the completed and upcoming training and all the activities of GrassMed through news and events. You can, here it's a great section for to get a reference for all the existing green buildings in the region, across the region, so it can be a valuable reference for you, for the stakeholders and professionals. And we will do a small search in the filter. For example, you can filter by country. You can filter by category of building. Rating system, let's see if there is any GrassMed rated, certificated, and the level corresponding to the chosen rating system. For example, in Lebanon, yes, we have 5 to 6 green building already pre-certified GrassMed. Now from the homepage, it's always accessible to everyone, you can have an idea of all the available courses related to the field on the platform. Of course, once you are registered, you can enroll these courses that are developed by experts, and they are tailored to different levels of knowledge. So you can choose for general courses which are fundamental, or go further to advanced specific courses. And it's also give you 2 specialized tracks to become a GrassMed instructor by following the instructor courses, or even a GrassMed ambassador that can evaluate, in fact, submitted project. For the certification, from the homepage, you can access to a clear guidance about all the steps that will undergo your projects once submitted. And you can access to the self-evaluation tool, which is also accessible from the home page. For the self-evaluation tool, here you can evaluate your concept project given to which country you are and see if it's aligned with the GRASS-MED criteria or even with the national existing rating system. And for commercial and residential, the questionnaire is developed on the basis of the sub-indicators of GRASS-MED. So these sub-indicators are structures around the 4 main categories of GRASS-MED, that they are the envelope, the green sites, energy equipment, energy system and equipment, and the last one of water management and indoor environment. So I will not continue this one, but I will give you a hint about the certificate or results of it. Now I will check for a login. So you log in with your credential. This one is a profile that combines 3 types of profile. So you can, by giving your register, when you unregister, you can get even a user. So you, with the user profile, you can enroll courses, so learn, discover, and apply for certificate, submit your project. And here, when you complete all the required information, your demand will go to an ambassador. So here you have the profile of an ambassador. So the ambassador is assigned your application. He will view your application. He can approve it, reject it, return it, evaluate it. Once done, either of the results. And here to go to the last profile is the instructor. If you are an expert and you want to join GRASS-MED community, you have to ask for the instructor profile, where you can create your course and publish it on the platform to be one of the listed offered courses. So here, of course, for the resources, you can check the resources to get all information or guideline related to GRASS-MED. Sorry. Go back to the presentation. So here I present to you the results of a self-evaluation done. For example, we have here Emerald, so the highest level of GRASS-MED as a result, and the equivalent in the national rating system, in this case in Tunisia, where it is platinum in ECOBAT. On the other hand, it's the certification of GRASS-MED issued to a submitted, evaluated project by a GRASS-MED ambassador. So now, given that we are closing the meetMED 2 and going forward with the meetMED 3, I would like to share with you the path, our vision, in fact, to transform the ideas to actions and this vision to measured progress. So first of all, we need to promote sustainable building practices across the southern Mediterranean countries by supporting the construction of environmentally responsible buildings. So it means supporting the adoption and the market integration of green materials, clean technologies, efficient systems that align with our environment goals. Secondly, in fact, building sustainably, it doesn't mean how to build only, but how efficiently we use our energy. So we need to foster energy efficiency in both new and existing buildings by leveraging GRASS-MED regional rating system as a powerful tool for awareness raising, for communication, and the exchange of technical and social know-how. Of course, none of this progress is possible without the persons that will lead it. So we need to strengthen the capacities of professionals in the building and real estate sectors. with a particular emphasis on the energy transition and the adoption of sustainable construction practices. And finally, of course, we must ensure that our regulations framework is ready for the future by supporting the evolution of energy building codes in southern Mediterranean countries and motivating building users and operators to go beyond existing thermal regulation and proactively prepare for future performance. So to conclude, GrassMed Green Book platform is more than just a tool. It's a regional gateway to building knowledge, empowering action, fostering cooperation across borders. It supports local professionals, authorities, and communities to shift toward climate-resilient, low-impact construction, and it encourages scientific knowledge exchange across the Mediterranean, uniting universities, researchers under one goal. Above all, we are all advocate to green buildings, so let's move to this vision to reality together. And I warmly invite you to visit GrassMed platform and create your own profile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rita. I'll try to link it to the presentation that was right before about the Finance Navigator. It's important to have access to finance to project owners, but it's also important to bring them technical knowledge in green building. Actually, the platform is free. Full disclosure, I've been involved in this project, so I'm not very neutral. I know it very well. So the platform is completely free, and I think it's important. It introduces green building to all. It's a tool that will help students when the project owner will come to a contractor. The contractor will be able to conclude a project that will be hopefully green. Funny story, when I was having a lead GA training, so for the lead certification that we all know, I was surprised to see that so many criteria were not really realistic for our countries, because they were asking for a scaffolding wood to be traced and to be recycled stuff, and some absurd, even though it's a great certification, it's like the Rolls-Royce of certification. Let's face it, some criteria are a bit absurd to the southern countries. For example, in order to reach the maximum of points, you had to finance green building research in the US. So it was important to have something that would take the reality of the green building market in the southern Mediterranean countries. So thank you very much, Rita. So let's move on to the next presentation. It will be a web audit tool for schools. It's an easy-to-use web-based application that facilitates energy audits in school buildings. It helps identify inefficiencies, estimate potential improvement, and support the planning of energy-saving retrofits. Alessandra, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I hope my presentation will be enough fast and enough interesting for all of you, or at least for some of you. Before I begin, it is very important for me to explain to you that also my husband, after 10 years with me, mispronounced my last name. So, I am Alessandra Gugliandolo. Yes. Now, yes. Yes. Thank you. So, it doesn't work. It's this one. Okay, now it's difficult for me. I'm too high. Okay. So let's start. What is the aim of our project? The aim of our project is to present our work on energy management in school building. This is a tool that we, with Enea team, developed under the task 3.1.4 of the meetMED 2 project. And the aim of this task is to develop guidelines and a very user-friendly web tool to support the energy audits and to understand how we can mitigate the energy performance and the energy load of a school building. This is the layout of the homepage of our tool. The name of our tool is Tool for School. The link is www.toolforschool.enea.it. And on the central part of the homepage, you can find the general information about our building in terms of I try to do a fast presentation in terms of geolocalization, in terms of dimension of the building in general. In the first part of our tool, you can find the general detail of the school. You can insert the address of the school, the municipality, and automatically the algorithm of the web tool identify the heating degree days of this municipality. After, you can define what are the energy consumption of the school in terms of heating and electric loads. In the home page, you can click on the tools menu on the left sidebar, and you can see this scroll menu with a central part in green green line, with a green line where you can find the tools menu with 3 different modules: energy profile module, renovation option module, and financing module. Also, in the future, we want to add another part of a building with best practices in school building, at minimum one best practices per each countries. Click on the tool menu. You can access in the calculation module, and the energy profile module consent you to calculate and estimate the energy performance of the state of the art of the building according the national data that are present in this part of the tool. This is the first page. After, you can define the consumption of on the 3 minimum last year of the building, and after you can identify what are, sorry, I can see here. Okay. And after, you can define also the consumption in terms of electricity. You can add different consumption according the fuel that you have in your school. For example, diesel, oil, and so on. After, you can add different information per each contract that you have in your building school. After, you can define in a specific boxes section the volume and the surface of your building. That is very useful according the international legislation. Define the gross heated volume of a building and the dispersing surface of a building. The ratio of these 2 values define the shape factor. The shape factor is very useful to identify what are the minimum of the energy performance of the building. After, you have to define what is the operating time factor. In this box, you can add how many hours work your heating system or your cooling system. After this general evaluation of the state of the art of your school building, the tool generates an evaluation of a building and a qualitative evaluation. So you have an energy class of your building, or sufficient or good or insufficient. After, you can try to find a lot of solutions to improve the performance of your building, both for a light renovation or for a deep renovation. You can choose to add some improvement actions for heating system, for electrical equipment, for example, or in general, only on the envelope of the building. This is the structure of the renovation optional module. So you can see that you have a part in which you can add architectural elements as glazing, roof, walls, basement. And after, you add another part with fossil and renewable systems, for example, light, heat generator, cooling generator, solar heating and photovoltaic systems. At the end of our presentation, I try to be very fast. You can have a specific module in which you can propose a financing evaluation to define the van of your investment. After, you can generate a PDF format of the result of your analysis, one PDF per each analysis, state of art, retrofitting analysis, and after a PDF format after the financing evaluation. According the deadline of our task, we did also a lot of other action. For example, we organized with the Aprue team a training course in December 2024 in Bologna to explain how is important to conduct an audit according our national legislation. And after, Algeria did also another web training course for to disseminate our knowledge at different technicians, at different engineers. At the end of our study, we did also an evaluation to examine if our tool match with the result of the audit that Algeria did in their countries. To disseminate our result, we did with the important support of ASMA. We create a brochure of our result and to disseminate how is important to understand what is the difference between the real state, the actual state of the art of a building, and the important renovation module that you can implement in the future. Our next deadline will be to implement this web tool with a specific focus on the cooling system. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra, for showcasing the work of Enea. And thank you, ladies, Alessandra and Claudia, for showing how the social component is important in our work, an aspect that aligns with the EU vision and that is embodied in the meetMED 2 initiative. So next, I will call Ahmed Rasool. So his presentation will be on waste from electrical and electronic equipment. The presentation focuses on aligning South Mediterranean countries with international standards for managing WEEE. It promotes improved regulatory frameworks, environmental compliance, and circular economy practices in e-waste handling. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Ryan, and thank you all. Actually, when we are signed for the which one? Okay. So yes, when we are assigned for this work package, the first question came to our mind that how we could develop a web tool for a global problem. And because the e-waste since 2024 was estimated of around 67 million tons of e-waste were generated all over the globe, and with the potential for the recycling and the reuse with no more than 22%. This 22% all over 196 countries, and only 60 countries of which who have the integrated e-waste management system. And it was expected that if we continue with this amount of generation of e-waste, we will reach around 5 times the existing amounts by 2050. This is good? Okay, so this increased amounts of e-waste came to our mind. Why, at the beginning, why these amounts had been increased aggressively all over the last years? And it came to only 4 main reasons. And actually they are rational, and most of us have tangible identification for this increase. First of which is the short lifespan of the appliances, and here I'm talking about the depreciation rate for the residential appliances that maximum reach 5 to 7 years in comparison to the appliances that all of us witnessed at our parents' apartments that expanded to more than 15 years. And actually you may plug it to the switch and maybe television from the 70s starts still operating, other than the ones that are existing nowadays. This is because of course of the cheap material that are used in nowadays, and this cheap material of course has its direct implication on the lifetime of the equipment. In addition, of course, to the rapid change in the technology, and I think most of us had changed our mobile phones at least once in the last couple of years, and maybe we have changed our refrigerant, for example, because it has nowadays an ice dispenser, or maybe you need the washing machine that is connected to the internet to facilitate your life. So the accelerated technology also is a condition that accelerate and increase the amount of the e-waste generated annually. Of course, the urbanization and the mega cities and the transfer of the community from the small cities to the mega city, and they have to follow up the accelerated lifestyle and the requirements of this lifestyle. And of course, as some countries, they increase the GDP growth for the population. And of course, all of these factors affect what we name the circular economy, which is the maximizing of the reuse and recycling, and of course the safe disposal for the e-waste. And we are talking about the e-waste because the concerned appliances within our working activities, even they are heat exchanger appliances, or even they are smaller medium-sized appliances in the households, are of course considering around 72% of the generated e-waste. So we are talking generally about the e-waste because at the end it's integrated e-waste system, and we are losing an opportunity for maximize the benefit, because it was estimated that if we had reused and recycled all over the potential generated appliances, we could reach a revenue of around $91 billion annually. And this is not only because of the maximize the benefit from the appliances, but also from the reuse and the regenerating of the materials and the precious metals that are endorsed within these appliances. So we are not talking only about the metals or the plastics or the fibers, but we're also talking about precious materials such as gold and molybdenum, cadmium, silver. And this this revenue could have direct impact on our activities regarding the energy efficiency and the contribution to the climate change, if you had seen that if we had reused and recycled and reduced the use of the heat exchangers, for example, we will support the contribution to the reduction of the emissions with around 41 million tons of carbon dioxide. And if we shift, as we are requesting in this project, to more efficient appliances and the reuse and recycling of the secondary materials into new ones, we could also have reduction of emissions of around 52 million tons of carbon dioxide that could not be generated because of the ongoing mining procedures to have the required raw materials. And at this stage, we had identified the main factors that are affecting the integrated e-waste management system. And here I have to thank our partners, the ADEN team and the ENEA team, who had facilitated the site visit to the governmental representatives to witness in Lisbon and in Milano how the integrated e-waste management system could be managed, how the policies, which is the first factor that is required, are enforced, how the EPR scheme through the national organizations and entities is enforced and endorsed to support the management system, how the collection for this equipment is performed through the collection pins, through the collection points at the retailers, which is the second step for the required infrastructure for proper e-waste management, after which the fleet that's required for the transfer of this equipment to the dismantling and segregation facilities that could regain and reuse the secondary required raw materials, and of course the final step, which is for us is the most important one, the environmental and social direct impact through the safe disposal for the remaining hazardous waste. So these are the main factors that, the 5 factors that we considered during the development of the web tool, and accordingly we aligned the 8 countries within the project up to these factors. So if we look to the policies and the regulatory framework we will find that there are 6 countries within the project that have, well, we could name it primary policy and laws required. Of course, the EPR scheme is not implemented yet, but at least they have the main requirements. We have Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, and Lebanon. We have also in some countries such as Morocco and Tunisia, Egypt, and Jordan, institutional and organizational structure. And here we are talking about a well-developed institutional structure with the identification of the different stakeholders, the role of each one of them. So only 4 countries who have the required organization. Of course, here we have a very big problem and the lack of the required infrastructure for the collection and treatment and safe disposal of these e-waste. And so here we have only 3 countries, Tunisia, Egypt, and Lebanon. And the system, of course, is not also integrated system, but at the beginning, at some countries we have the collection system, some countries may have the private sector who are operating the treatment facilities, and only Egypt which had the sanitary landfills following the international standards for the safe disposal. And of course, the important point is the endorsement of the private sector, the existing grants or loans or mechanism that could support the private sector to manage this system, and only Lebanon who has an identified private sector who had the potential to access to the e-waste. And of course the community awareness, and this of course one of the main achievements for the meetMED project, that they had performed capacity building and awareness campaigns in all the countries. And here I have to thank really by name the AMI, the APRO in Algeria, the ANIMI along with the ONGED in Tunisia, EE in Egypt, and of course the magnificent team of RSS, but all the credits go to the ALMI team. So unfortunately we have represented in this floor from all the key partners for the success of this web tool. Actually, the ALMI team were were the main dedicated team for the verification, the collection of the data, the identification of the stakeholders. They supported in the consultation missions regarding the meetings with the governmental representatives, private sector, NGOs. Even they have developed, along with our key player, ASMA, the application for the collection for the e-waste all over the cities in Lebanon in order to support the required supply chain for the operation of the private sector. So this is a screenshot for the web tool. If you visit it, you will find a lot of information regarding the current status of the e-waste within the 8 countries, what is the gap and what is required for the next steps, and of course we are all available for any further inquiries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ahmad, for this very important initiative. You've mentioned health impacts, social impacts. You mentioned carbon CO2 emissions reductions. So thank you very much, and good luck for the future. I will wrap it up. We are a bit late on schedule, so I will not be long. I just want to tell you to please take some time to go to meetmed.org, and try all these tools that are available and free. Try all these tools. See if you can find something that can be useful in your day-to-day life. And thank you very much.
local hero.
familiar with this, we are often ahead of schedule. So we will start with session 4 instead of session 3. Because our colleague Charles needs to grab his flight. So let me introduce the session on the topic of the water energy nexus. We talk about water scarcity being a big issue in the Mediterranean for the period to come. So we wanted to stress this specific topic that will also be a strong focus in the meetMED next phase. So I will call on the stage the activity leader from the Portuguese agency specialized in the water energy nexus topic, Maria, if you're here. Thank you. have online our colleague Ahmed Hanif from NERC, the Jordan agency, which was an implementing country of this activity on the Water Energy Nexus. I will call Mr. Kamel Dalu from APRU, sorry. And Charles Buttigieg from IWA, the Maltese Water Agency. And I will leave the floor to Maria to present the work that has been done for implementing a Water Energy Nexus methodology in this country with the support of the Maltese Water Agency as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to start, I'm going to explain how this session will be organized because it's a little bit different. So I will start with a small presentation of what was done inside the activity 313 for the Water Energy Nexus on the meetMED project 2. And then we have prepared some questions to our speakers also from NERC that it's online, APRU and EWA, regarding the methodology, and they will have some presentations as well to support the intervention. So with no further my name is Maria Albuquerque and I'm a technical specialist from ADEN, the Portuguese Energy Agency, and today I'm here to present you an evaluation methodology that was developed under this project, focused on assessing the water energy nexus in buildings in the Mediterranean region. So to start, I just wanted to give you a brief introduction about the water energy nexus. And as we all know, water is a critical input in many energy-related processes, such as the hydroelectric power generation, biofuel production, and also industrial energy transformation. On the other hand, energy also plays an important role in all the water cycle. So since its extraction, its treatment, distribution, and to wastewater management and desalination. These mutual dependencies is the basis for the water energy nexus, and it's especially important when we are talking about in water-scarce and energy-intensive regions like the Mediterranean. Actually, I bring you an example we have in Portugal, very recent, because as you all know, or I think you are aware, on the 28th of April we had the blackout. And in this time, everyone was not aware of what was happening and when were the energy going to be restored. So in this situation, the population started to prepare themselves. They started to thinking that at least they were going to spend the night in the dark. So they start to prepare, like buying flashlights, candles, radios, everything. And when I was going down the stairs in my building, because I live in the 6th floor, I went to buy water jugs because I didn't have water at the time. And my neighbor was really in disbelief when asked me why was I trying to buy water and why were people without water. And it's interesting because this topic is still not very known by the normal common people, and it's very important for them to be aware of this integrated approach. So, especially when we are talking about the Mediterranean region, which is already a region that suffers from water scarcity. It has long summers with long periods of droughts and also alternating with winters with intense rainfall. It also has areas with groundwater depletion and rivers with low flow issues, and of course with the population growth we have also an economic growing demand for water. So here it's specifically important. With this, and in the context, as I said, on the activity of meetMED 2 project, ADEN has developed the Water Energy Nexus evaluation methodology within the scope of the activity 313, and it aims to assess residential and small service buildings in the Mediterranean regions. It focuses on identify and promote infrastructural measures that both reduce energy and water consumption, but also improve resilience to climate change. And as you can see, this evaluation includes 3 dimensions: the water efficiency, water energy nexus, and local climate adaptation. Each dimension covers specific criteria that we will show you a little bit more ahead. And It is important also to refer that this tool was initially developed by ADEN, but in the scope of one project that is called the Be Water Smart, and then it was adapted to the countries that participate in this activity for the reality of the Southern Mediterranean. So, this methodology can be applied to residential, small service or commercial building, including public administration and schools. It is important to inform you that we are not able to apply this methodology to buildings that have intensive consumptions, especially when we are talking about industry, but we have been trying to understand how we can adapt this methodology, and that's something, especially to new buildings, and that's something we actually did in this project with a synergy that we established with another activity from the meetMED, the Twinnings Agreement. We had the opportunity to apply this methodology to other type of building. In this case, it was a swimming pool, and it was very interesting because we actually could apply it, and it was a way for us to learn more and to see that this methodology can actually be very flexible. So, besides this, the scale, it can be applied to dwellings and buildings, and it can be applied in a design phase where we have more opportunity to identify more improvement measures, but also to buildings that are already operating. That's what we did in this activity. The case studies that we had 2 pilot buildings for country, and the countries participating, it was Jordan, Morocco, and Algeria, although we only implemented in Jordan and Algeria. Then we established the baseline and we applied the methodology. The results that we expected and that we achieved, it's a global classification and partial classifications for each dimension of the building, identification of the improvement measures, and then implemented these measurements in the field. The last phase, it's going to be the monitoring of these new improvement measures. So, as I said, we have a cascade evaluation because we start with 3 dimensions that then divide themselves into 15 areas and 30 themes. And in the end, we have 66 criteria, which are the specific questions that you have to answer when you are fulfilling the matrix. And here you can see that these 66 criteria are matched up in these categories. And it's really interesting we do this division because you can have a very good aware of, you have a standardized assessment, but while having flexibility to adapt to each case and to each pilot building. So, regarding the scores and the classification, for each dimension you're going to have the specific score that's going to fulfill the total score of each dimension, and then you have a total score for the building, and it's translated into a classification that ranges from F, the least efficient, to A+, the most efficient. And for each building, we have 3 sub-classifications for dimension, and then 1 global one. So here, to help you visualize a little bit more the methodology, we have a print screen from the Excel file, because this methodology is still in this Excel file. And it's important for you to know that the data that we are going to use for this methodology has to be based on documental proof. So we have to have access to technical documentation, energy tags, in situ measurements, photographs, everything to be sure of what we are putting in this methodology. Also, for you to see, we have one sheet that is regarding the baseline scenario, where you have the current status for the water and energy consumption of the building, and then you have 3 different sheets, 1 per dimension, and in each sheet you have the different criteria, the questions, and you have the data for the current situation and another column for the situation after the improvement measures. Then you have some space for some justifications, observations that you might want to add to justify your answer. As you can see, this is an example of another sheet that you have, that is the summary of results after you implement and you add all the data, and you will have the current situation after improvement measures, but also the increase in score, because this will help you choose which measurements will be better for you and to improve the classification of your building. So this tool, it's good in the way that you can also use it as a support for a decision and what is better for your investments. So, until now, I think that I have not shown you nothing new, because this is not the first time we are presenting this methodology and most of you already saw it. But today I'm really happy to bring you the results of the implementation, because of everyone that were involved in this activity, we know that it was really difficult to implement in the field because we were working in distance, we were handling tenders that were different from each country, so it was really difficult to do it, but we did it, so I'm very happy to bring you here. And I'm not going to dive in these results because then I have my colleagues presenting, but here it is for the first public building we have identified for Jordan. It is a primary school, and as you can see, initially the global classification, it was D, it has a score of 41%. And after the improvement measurements, as you can see, it was an installation of an automatically activated pressure boosting pump. We did a general maintenance of the water network fixtures and equipment, and also installed a rainwater harvesting system and a drip irrigation system with an automatic activation system. And with these measures, we raised the global classification to C with the 56 classification, and we saw that the dimension that improved the most, it was the water efficient. I just wanted to take this time to inform you that we identified more measurements than these, and we could have a better score. But regarding the budget that we had at the time and the timeline of the project, it was not possible to implement everything. So I think it's good to tell you that if our colleagues from NERC has the opportunity to implement, if they have the money and the time, they have the measures already identified. So it is a work that can be continued. Also, I give you an example for Algeria. This one is the residential building. It's a 5-bedroom household, and in the beginning it has a global classification of E, 18%. And after the improvement measures, we had installed low fixtures in kitchen and bathroom. We have installed also an energy and water efficient dishwasher and laundry machine. And we plant a drought-resistant plant species in the garden. And with this, we raised to D classification, 31%, and also it was water efficiency that was the dimension that improved the most. And the same applies to Algeria. So we did all the work, and it can be continued if they want to implement. So with all the work we have done regarding this, we at ADEN were able to identify the main measurements, improvement measures that could be applied in the water energy nexus theme. So we identified some measures for the water efficient dimension. As you can see, install local and decentralized licensed rainwater harvesting and introduce flow restrictors. And also for the water energy dimension, we have shown different measures, and also we identified measures for the climate adaptation and behavioral improvement, because we saw that the change of behavior will make a difference. So we have done this, and I'm not going to dive too deep in this part because my colleague Charles will talk about more. This, but in ADEN, in collaboration with EWA, we have developed a strategy of dissemination and training in this activity. And one of the materials that we developed, it was the Green Guide. So in here, you will find all the explanation and presentation of the methodology. You will have the application on the case studies and the implementation on the ground. And you also will have a set of recommendations for improvement measures. As you can see, we have defined from the different dimensions. So this Green Guide will serve you as an instruction book or a technical guidance if you want to apply this methodology someday. So this is all from my side. Thank you very much. And if you have any doubts, you can reach out. So now to make this more dynamic, I will just start with a question. Maybe I will start with our colleague, Mr. Dali Kamal. So I have this question prepared for Apru, and the question is, if, in your view, what could be improved to enhance the effectiveness of this activity or tool? For example, would having accompanied audits in situ with the activity leader, or adapting the approach to different building types would make a difference? Thank you.
Merci. Donc, je vais m'exprimer en français. Je vais vous m'excuser. Donc, il y a l'interprétation. Donc, c'est vrai, c'était un défi donc, de se lancer dans ce projet Nexus Water Energy. Effectivement, donc, nous avons cette problématique de l'eau. Donc, l'Algérie est un pays semi-aride, pour ceux qui ne le connaissent pas. Donc, nous avons cette problématique de l'eau. Donc, principalement, les ressources en eau en Algérie proviennent principalement à grande majorité des eaux de surface. Donc, tout ce qui est des barrages, nous avons plus de 80 barrages en Algérie. Donc, aussi donc, des forages, nous avons des nappes phréatiques. Donc, on fait les forages. Et aussi, la dernière, c'est de l'eau non conventionnelle qu'on utilise, c'est le dessalement d'eau de mer. Donc, nous avons pratiquement, actuellement, nous dessalons à peu près en moyenne de 4,5 millions de mètres cubes d'eau par jour. Donc, tout récemment, nous avons installé 5 stations de dessalement de 300 mètres cubes jour. Donc, 5 stations, ça fait 1,5 million de mètres cubes qui sont arrivés tout récemment vers la fin de l'année 2024 et 2025. Donc, vous voyez un peu la problématique de l'eau et de l'énergie, parce que quand on parle de dessalement d'eau de mer, principalement, c'est de l'énergie qu'on utilise pour produire cette eau non conventionnelle. Donc, nous avons cette problématique. Donc, il faudrait essayer de trouver des mécanismes pour, premièrement, réduire la consommation d'énergie, réduire la consommation d'eau et aussi faire face aux aléas des changements climatiques, avoir des mesures d'adaptation justement au changement climatique. Justement, ce projet est venu à point nommé pour nous permettre justement d'appliquer cette méthodologie, de réduire notre consommation d'énergie, réduire notre consommation d'eau et de préconiser des mesures d'adaptation au changement climatique. Donc, ce projet, nous l'avons expérimenté sur deux bâtiments. Donc, le premier bâtiment, c'était une école, donc, qui avait auparavant déjà bénéficié d'audits énergétiques qui nous ont permis justement d'identifier un certain nombre de mesures d'efficacité énergétique auxquelles nous avons ajouté les mesures d'économie de l'eau et aussi des mesures d'adaptation. Effectivement, c'est vrai, nous avons rencontré un certain nombre de contraintes et aussi un certain nombre de défis auxquels on devrait faire face, notamment la collecte, les informations. Donc nous avons surtout, pour ce qui est de l'énergie, nous disposons de bases de données qui nous permettent justement de quantifier les quantités d'eau consommées par les différents bâtiments, mais en termes de consommation d'eau, il fallait justement faire toute une gymnastique pour pouvoir accéder à la consommation d'eau de certains des bâtiments étudiés. Mais bien sûr, grâce à la méthodologie, grâce justement à l'accompagnement de l'équipe meetMED, nous avons pu justement trouver une méthodologie, trouver donc les experts de meetMED qui nous ont permis justement comment estimer, évaluer ces quantités, bien sûr avec les experts de l'APRU, donc qui ont été les chargés du projet au niveau de l'APRU, qui ont permis justement de trouver ces consommations, d'évaluer ces consommations d'eau des bâtiments étudiés et aussi d'apporter des mesures pour la rationalisation de la consommation d'eau, pour trouver aussi bien sûr des mesures d'adaptation au changement climatique et aussi pour le Nexus eau énergie. Donc cet exercice nous a permis de s'approprier la méthodologie qui a été développée par l'ADEME et aussi de pouvoir l'expérimenter sur des bâtiments publics. Donc, comme elle l'avait présenté en termes de résultats auxquels nous avons abouti. Effectivement, donc, pour le bâtiment, pour les écoles publiques, nous avons pu justement évaluer, identifier des mesures de réduction de la consommation d'eau et auxquels nous avons installé des mesures de rectification. Mais pour les bâtiments résidentiels, nous avons identifié le gap, l'économie d'eau, l'économie, etc. Nous avons identifié les mesures d'adaptation et les mesures de réduction de la consommation, mais nous n'avons pas implémenté ces mesures. On le fera s'il y a la possibilité de le faire dans le meetMED 3, on le fera. Sinon, on le fera avec les moyens propres de l'Algérie. Aussi, donc, il y a des informations aussi. Il y a des informations sur la consommation d'eau, la consommation sur la consommation d'énergie. Et il y a aussi les informations qui sont beaucoup plus globales. C'est des informations météorologiques, les informations climatiques, donc sur lesquelles on doit se baser pour apporter des mesures d'adaptation en matière climat. Donc, cette méthodologie nous a permis de nous exercer, de s'approprier la méthodologie et d'avoir des résultats, je dirais, pour une première étape, assez satisfaisants. Nous avons implémenté des mesures pour l'école, donc nous avons changé un peu l'ensemble de la robinetterie au niveau de cette école en mettant des robinets à faible consommation, à faible consommation d'eau, donc principalement des robinets à infrarouge qui permettent justement de vous donner la quantité d'eau nécessaire pour juste votre besoin en eau. Nous avons aussi installé donc, des chauffe-eau solaires qui permettent à la fois de réduire la consommation d'énergie au niveau de l'école et aussi de permettre justement d'améliorer le confort des enfants au niveau par l'utilisation de l'eau chaude sanitaire au niveau de cette école, parce que l'école que nous avons choisie est une école qui est située au niveau d'une zone froide, notamment en hiver. Et aussi, nous avons identifié des mesures d'adaptation, notamment la végétalisation, que ce soit des murs, que ce soit des terrasses, et aussi donc la récupération des eaux pluviales. Ces mesures, nous ne les avons pas encore implémentées. On le fera bien sûr avec la coordination des autorités locales, notamment les gestionnaires de ces écoles primaires. C'est-à-dire pour les perspectives, donc j'enchaînerai directement pour les perspectives, nous allons justement essayer de développer cette méthodologie, de généraliser cette méthodologie au niveau des autres établissements, dans les autres bâtiments, mais ça demande un travail très important, notamment en matière de collecte d'informations, surtout les informations concernant l'eau. Pour l'énergie, nous disposons de bases de données énergétiques qui nous permettent justement de connaître les consommations des différents bâtiments. Mais pour l'eau, nous allons essayer justement peut-être une première étape d'ajouter au niveau des bases de données déjà existantes des informations concernant la consommation d'eau, et après développer d'autres bases de données si cela est nécessaire pour pouvoir avoir ces informations, notamment en consommation d'eau des différents bâtiments.
Thank you so much. Actually, it was really a great experience for us to work with you, because it was a really different, we had different challenges that we are not aware, and it was really great because we adapted the methodology and we got over it. So thank you, it was really good to work with you. And now I will do a question for Hamad. I don't know if you're here with us. Okay, so yes, okay, so I will make the question first and then I will leave the floor to you. So for you, Hamad, what were the main challenges you faced during the application of this methodology, and how did you overcome them? How did the methodology help identify improvement measures that would not have been evident otherwise? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Are you hearing me well?
Yes, perfectly.
There's an echo on the system. Okay, hello, everyone. It's too bad that we couldn't be with you here in person, but I'm sure we will catch up soon. turning up. So to answer your question, Maria, for the challenges, it wasn't. I'm sorry, I'm just hearing myself in the echo, so I'm just gonna, yeah. The challenge, the main challenges that we have faced is the basically for the field measurements, especially that for the old buildings here in Jordan, the water network is not usually structured well as per to the codes and standards. So it is a bit challenging to find the right points to take the needed measurements to apply the methodology. The water network is things, and it's hard to take the necessary measurements. Also, the limited monitoring and verification for the building, especially that most building does not have a monitoring devices that monitor the consumption per each use or per each system for the water consumption, and the data gaps of water consumption across all buildings can be a bit challenging to apply the methodology with these gaps in the data. Also, it can be a bit challenging to enter some of the residential houses. This is the case for, I'm guessing, for all the Arabic countries. It could be difficult to enter a residential house to conduct measurements and to conduct the necessary field work to apply all the methodology. However, but this methodology can be quite significant for Jordan to be applied for many household, many public buildings, especially with all the scarcity issues that we have in Jordan. It is crucial to think about water saving. I guess it's safe to say that at this point, for Jordan, it is most important to consider water saving opportunities rather than energy saving opportunities. As previously discussed, we have reached a good stage in the energy situation in Jordan, but we have lacked the water, we have lacked the necessary equipment and knowledge to build a safe structure for the water in Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much, Hamad. Also, as I said to Mr. Dali, I will say to you, it was a great experience to work with you. And actually, with NERC, with Hamad and Mosley, we identified some gaps in the methodology, and it was great for us to try to improve and to make this methodology bulletproof. I hope. I don't know if it's for sure, but it's better than it started. So thank you so much. And now I have a question here for Charles from EWA. I know that you are going to do a presentation, but just to kick off, I will just ask you. We know that this activities communication strategy was based on the initiatives that EWA is already implementing to support the dissemination and training in the field of water energy nexus. So could you please tell us a little bit what you did and also what you think should be the key actions and the target audience in this kind of strategies? Thank you.
Okay, so to recap. So apart from what EWA contributed to in meetMED, which I think I'll give us a very small presentation in the coming minutes. But as you're all aware, water is very important for Malta, similar to as it is important for almost all states in the Mediterranean. So the Energy and Water Agency was set up to actually focus also on water, not just on energy. which is a bit, I think, strange for many European states. But like Portugal and other southern member states, water is very important to us. And so my unit was set up in 2021 to actually promote as much as possible sustainability, not only in energy, but also in water usage. We had, the idea is not just to, address residences, but we have to address all consumers. So as a unit, we address the biggest companies who use large amount of waters. We address the biggest hotels, but we address also vulnerable households who obviously require water in their daily struggle in life, and also voluntary organizations who are very, very important from a cultural, sport point of view, solidarity point of view. So there are various ways in which to address sustainability in the water sector. For example, one of them is when the European Union started promoting energy efficiency in 2008 to 2012, obviously the focus was on energy efficiency, and the obligation was on energy audits. But on the island, of course, energy is important, so is water. So what we did, we included water as part of this energy audit. So today, the energy auditors, because we still call them energy auditors, they have to include the water element in their exercise. So at least for the biggest companies and for the enterprises that are heavy consumers of water, they do not include only KPIs related to energy, but they have to include KPIs related to water consumption. That is one thing that's related to enterprises. But what we do in households, for example, that we have been running an initiative, I call it an initiative, where we have 4 officers, technical officers, who daily, believe it or not, address 3 to 4 calls each day, each of them, that would be, 16 to 20 calls a day, from families that require support on their consumption of energy and water. Equally, I said, energy and water. So our officers, they're technical officers, they visit the household, they analyze and talk to the household. Most of the time, the problem isn't technical. There would be technical problems like leakages or, mostly leakages in water. Or, for example, appliances that are not highly rated. But most of the time, it's behavioral, the problem. You do go to a household, for example, with a single person living in the household, and you find a huge electricity bill. Why? Because this person hoards food. 3 to 4 fridges of food for a single person. I mean, many times you visit a household and the problem isn't technical, it's behavioral. We've been running this initiative since 2014 or 15, and we visited thousands on the island of families. We visit, for example, voluntary organizations who are very, very important. Sports clubs, cultural band clubs. And we try to support them to improve. At least we have a budget. We were given a budget, and we're giving a budget each year, which runs into thousands, to help them out, because many times sports organizations, they had old heaters, for example, which we're changing to heat pumps. Legally on the islands, you're supposed to have a well with each residence or each enterprise. But unfortunately, many times, these wells, they're left unused and unmaintained, and obviously the water seeps out into the water table. And obviously the scope of that well is lost. So what we're doing in these past 3 years, I think 3 to 4, is that we've given an initiative to these voluntary organizations, sports clubs, etc., to maintain their wells. This has been very successful in my opinion. And we found football clubs, for example, where obviously water is very, very important for the pitch, etc., apart from obviously the use of the sports club itself, the people visiting there. But we maintain the number of wells. So the way to help out enterprises and people is varied and diverse.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you want to do right now your presentation, just to follow up, and here you have this.
Yeah, okay, I'll be fast. Hello. Okay, so one thing which I didn't mention is that the agency has got an educational arm also. And part of this meetMED exercise, it was actually the educational arm. So it's some years ago, I think it was 2018 to 19, we opened up in Malta an educational hub. Initially, it was an educational hub. It's called AIN. It was educating students on water use. Then, post-COVID, we extended this AIN educational center to include water. So today, our students from primary level to secondary level, they go at AIN at least once a year, every student, and has a lecture on the sustainable use of energy and water through games, not just through lectures, obviously, and our teachers giving the lecture, but also through games, which is very, very important. But no. Pardon? Sorry. Okay, so the slide just shows that Malta is perhaps one of the states where freshwater availability is minimal, and so obviously we have to refer to desalination, which is about 60% of the supply of the islands, and thus obviously water is high on our agenda. The Energy and Water Agency, our role are threefold: supporting the ministry in policies, educating, and obviously monitoring what is happening as regards water and energy on the islands. We have a unit specifically on energy, a unit specifically on water. Then there's the stakeholder support unit, which is the unit I lead, which promotes sustainability. Let's call it like that. meetMED. Well, our role in meetMED, especially of my team, it was not that much, to say the truth. It was our first time, and it was a good experience, to say the truth. And I thank Aden, I thank Enea, I thank Kazma, who helped us out, obviously, in producing our educational material. Because this is, I think, where at this time we could actually give our input. Apart from educational material, as Maria said, we supported them in producing the Green Book, which is a I think, a very good resume on how to apply the methodology developed by Aden. Okay, so what we developed are 6 materials. We have developed guidelines for teachers on how to promote sustainability as regards the energy and water nexus. We developed guidelines for children, posters which were used, I think, as shown yesterday by Asma. Obviously, they gave examples to schools and also homes, general information on how to be more sustainable as regards energy and water. We developed leaflets to be distributed, in general leaflets in households and general leaflets for schools. They were developed in English by us, but translated ably by Azma and her team into Arabic, obviously, so that they can be distributed in the meetMED region. The work to be continued, as I said, our cooperation with Aden has been very strong these past years. What currently my team is working upon are 2 exercises: GUEST, which is energy and water auditing, in guest houses, which is very, very important, especially in our region, the tourism sector, and Aqua Plus, which is a methodology, again, created by Aden, which we are applying its certification of hotels and building and offices. Maybe now we have a video which we developed for school children. Maybe it can be shared, but I don't know. Yes, that's it.
Hey there, Eco Hero.
Well,
Hey there, Eco Hero. Did you know that water and energy are best buddies? They work together to keep our world running. First, let's talk about energy. We use energy to power lights, charge our phones, and even make cool things like video games work. But did you know that to make energy, we need water? At power plants, water helps cool down the machines and spin turbines to create energy. Without water, we wouldn't have as much electricity to power our homes. Now, water needs energy too. We use energy to pump water from rivers, or pump groundwater, or to desalinate seawater, clean it in treatment plants, and send it through pipes to our homes and farms. So, energy helps water get to where it's needed. Just like we need food to stay strong, water and energy need each other to keep things running smoothly. Here's the tricky part. If there's not enough water, we can't make as much power. When we waste energy, we use up lots of water too. But don't worry, you can make a difference. By saving water and using less energy, you're helping keep this awesome water energy team in balance. Remember, water and energy are a team, so let's do our part to keep them both safe and strong. Together, we can make a big difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So we are running out of time. So just to end the session very quickly, I will just give the floor to Mr. Dali just to explain what they did in the campaign schools in Aprou, in Algeria, and then we will finish this session because we don't have more time. Thank you.
Merci, je vais être très bref. Donc, effectivement, quand on a terminé ce projet, nous avons organisé pour pouvoir justement partager tous les résultats obtenus et aussi donc informer les écoliers donc de ce que nous avons fait au niveau de leur école. Nous avons organisé donc avec la contribution bien sûr du meetMED, du récré principalement, donc une journée qui a été baptisée Green Day, durant laquelle nous avons justement partagé l'ensemble des résultats obtenus dans le cadre de l'audit énergétique, de l'activité audit énergétique et de l'activité Nexus Eau Énergie. Donc pendant cette journée, donc nous avons partagé ces informations et organisé plusieurs ateliers thématiques avec les écoliers, notamment un atelier concernant la rationalisation de l'eau, la rationalisation de l'énergie, la gestion des déchets et enfin tout ce qui est le jardinage et la récupération de toutes les eaux pluviales, donc pour pouvoir justement s'insérer dans le contexte d'adaptation au changement climatique. Donc peut-être Asma pourrait éventuellement faire montrer la vidéo, donc si c'est pas là, si c'est possible, bien sûr. Ok. Ok, très bien. Donc, on verra la vidéo un peu plus tard. Je vous remercie.
So with this, we end our session. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria, Mr. Dali, and Charles for this session. So the video on the Green Day campaign in Algeria will be showcased right after. And because we are running out of time, we will need to squeeze the two coming sessions. So the next one is about the financing and making financing mechanisms more visible. So in the meetMED project, we ended up with different activities, such as guidebooks and the mapping of different business models, but also the organization of financing events. Just because our partner project meetMED colleague has to go soon, I think we will need to start with him. So I will call Guillaume Monceau now if you want to provide us with a few words on the meetMED initiative and further IFD financing initiatives in the Med. Thank you. And I will also ask on the stage the other speakers of the session, Khalid Salmi, thank you, activity leader on training the banking sector, Eduardo Pandolfi, that was co-leading the work package leader. Who else? Hassan Agrebi also, that will provide insight from the Tunisian experience of MED SEIs. Yeah, Mr. Kamel Dali again for the Algerian experience of organizing MED SEIs. We also have our colleague Iman Adel online and Mr. Maged Mahmoud, but I don't know. Mohamed Mosleh from NERC Jordan that is also online. Thank you, and you can go ahead, Guillaume.
Okay, thank you very much, Agathe. Good afternoon, I think we can say now, even though we didn't have lunch yet. Thank you very much first to the organizer to having us today. I think we're running quite behind schedule, so I'll try to be very brief on my remarks. I don't have a specific presentation, but to introduce myself, I'm Guillaume Monceau. I'm Energy Task Team Leader. I'm working at the French Agency for Development, AFD, l'Agence française de développement. I will be speaking in English maybe for the ease of all today. I'm representing here a partner program, as mentioned by Agathe, which is called the meetMED window, more specifically, which is a program for energy efficiency in buildings that is co-financed between the EU and the AFD, and that aims at financing concrete infrastructure projects on energy efficiency in buildings in the Mediterranean regions. First of all, I would like to highlight the importance of the Mediterranean regions for the AFD. AFD actually has 10% of its activities in the Mediterranean region directly. It's over 170 projects, and we have committed more than 5 billion euros over the past 10 years in the region. So it really demonstrates how important the region is also for the French agency and the French government. Here the session is mostly about financing energy transition, so I will just start to say a general word on how we see energy transition at AFD. Last year we have updated and revised our strategy on how to finance the energy transition in developing and emerging economies and our partner countries. So currently in the Mediterranean region, I would say that the two main axes and the two main ambitions that has AFD is first to work on decarbonization of the economies and the system, and also work on demand side management and including energy efficiency. When we talk about decarbonization, I think I will give an example rather than a long speech to give an example of what we did in Morocco last year by financing higher? Okay, sorry. By financing the OCP, l'Office chérifien des phosphates. So we are really trying to use our financing to orient the trajectories of our partners towards decarbonization. So last year, the 250 million euro loan was approved and signed with OCP to actually increase their contribution to the clean energy production, develop green hydrogen capacities, and include climate and biodiversity indicators in the group management processes. So this is quite a large-scale financing for one of the leaders of their sector, and it really illustrates well how AFD is trying to influence the trajectory of some of the actors in the Mediterranean region to aim towards a clean energy transition and especially decarbonization, in this case with OCP in Morocco. Next, I would like to talk about the second pillar maybe of our approach in the Mediterranean region, which is, as I mentioned, demand side management and energy efficiency. Here we will try to use our financing to lower the barriers to investment into energy efficiency and catalyze additional financing, including private financing in the specific sector of energy efficiency, where it's sometimes lacking large-scale investment, as we know. As we mentioned, the meetMED, the program for energy efficiency in buildings, is up and operating in 7 countries in the Mediterranean region. Most of them are represented today, and glad to see you and happy to follow up also on your initiative and your needs for financing. Just to mention that this program aims at financing in total a bit more maybe than 350 million euro of projects This is a programmatic approach where projects are identified during the course of the program, and we already have quite a interesting pipe of project with a lot of technical assistance developing lastly, and we'll be looking at financing more large-scale projects also for more impacts. I will finish this speech maybe on a bit of lesson learned from this program during the past 2 years. So it's still the beginning of this program that will be implemented over at least 5 to 6 years for the commitment period. Maybe to mention, I know it's a financing transition, but to say it's not only about financing, and a lot of work that is done by the partners here and by meetMED is very important to actually prepare the ground for financing, having a proper regulatory framework, having also potential partners that are capable and aware also of the benefits of energy efficiency is key to actually involve them in the whole process of investing in energy efficiency. So financing, yes, but not only, would be maybe the first takeaway. I would say that currently finance should be a solution. It's not completely, it's more a barrier, as probably most of you already know. This is what we try to overcome with this meetMED approach. I won't detail it here, but happy to discuss it further later on. But yes, there is still need of more and more financing to manage to overcome the barriers that were identified. And also, and finally, I want also to mention that, of course, actors like AFD, like the World Bank, like EBRD, it's important that we play a role in also demonstrating how energy efficiency, especially in building, can be financed. But I would say it's not the final goal. What we really want to stimulate is also the local financing systems, trying to also catalyze local finance to actually fund the project that will strive toward better energy efficiency. And this is an approach that we took earlier this year during the Finance in Common Summit, where we presented to more than hundreds of financial institutions, including financial institutions from the Mediterranean region, a toolkit that is accessible online, and please go check it and share it with your bank that are partner in the countries. And this toolkit actually aims at providing tools for the local financial systems on how to finance energy efficiency, especially in social infrastructure. So here thinking about health and education sectors. So this study has been produced for, let's say, a larger audience, but is completely relevant for the Mediterranean region. It's available on the PIB website, and I invite you to go check it out and liaise with us if you have any question or suggestion. I will stop here, and thank you again for the organization, and thank you all also for being here.
Thank you, Guillaume, for your insights. Let's keep it quick again. So I think we have Eman Adel online. Dear Eman, if you could quickly... No, she's not? No, okay. Then Khaled Salmi is on the stage. He just came back from Beirut to host both a national training for the banking sector, but also a regional training. Could you just very quickly provide us some insight of the past national trainings you organized? Yeah?
Thank you, Agathe. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Bonjour pour les francophones et salam alaikum pour بالنسبة للعرب. أهلا وسهلا. So it's always a pleasure to be among the meetMED family. Personally, I was member of starting from the phase 1 of the meetMED, and currently also very happy to be part of the second phase under the Work Package 5, dedicated for finance and market development. So I was leading the activity A522 regarding the development of dedicated capacity building modules for banks. The banks, or the bank, who are the main actor in order to deploy more finance to reach either the climate or energy goals under this sector, if you can say. So as I said, I was responsible to prepare, execute different capacity building activities for banks in order to bridge this gap between the technical side and the financial side, if we can say. I need the, yes. Okay. Next slide. Ah, c'est bien, merci. So as we said, and through other activities, so we have came up with different facts that there was a lack of, if we can say, technical knowledge for the financing institutions and banks specifically. And one of the main barriers that was restraining the energy efficiency deployment of different activities was the lack or the limitation of finance in the market, specifically in this unique region, in the Mediterranean. We have also came up with the fact that there is a lack of technical knowledge at the bank's level in order to perform the due diligence studies, either or to assess if they can, for example, finance an energy efficiency project or not. Also, there was a need for regional capacity buildings in the region, and specifically more tools, more toolkits for bankers in order to be able to assess those energy efficiency projects at their level. So the objectives of this activity were to ensure better understanding of the existing business or financing models in the region, also to boost the knowledge of and the expertise of banks, if we can say, and also to identify the potential areas for financing energy efficiency measures, either for building sector, building envelope, or also for the active side, which is related to the appliances. Also, one of the objectives was to evaluate the energy efficiency green building investments in the region, to understand the minimum energy performance standards, MEPs, and the labeling systems, how they work at the national level, specifically in every given country, and also to try to give them a more and better understanding on how they can apply the financing tools, either, for example, regarding the ESCO's model, the performance contracting, and also the blended finance. With the coordination and collaboration and cooperation of our local partners in different countries, we have successfully executed different training or capacity building activities. The first one was in Cairo. Then, with the support of our colleagues in the Tunisian National Agency for Energy Efficiency, l'ANME, we have successfully also organized a roundtable in Tunisia to also discuss this subject with local banks and financing institutions and other stakeholders from the sector in Tunisia, and also with the support of our colleagues, the Lebanese Association for Energy Saving and Environment. In Lebanon, we have also succeeded recently to implement the third national training in Beirut, also with banks and financing institutions and other actors from other sectors related to energy and climate. So the three trainings were in hybrid model in order to have more stakeholders involved in those trainings, and we tried to use practical techniques and also give the participants practical guides, practical tools in order to be able to assess the energy efficiency projects and make the right decisions when it comes to releasing finance for those projects. So we had different participants from different local banks in those countries. I think we have or we had participants from more than 16 banks in the 3 countries. Then our activity was concluded with a regional workshop, which was also organized in Beirut, in Lebanon, also with the support of our colleagues, the ALMI in Lebanon. And during this workshop, we tried to summarize different key recommendations that we came up with from those actors, either, for example, to discuss the national interventions on energy efficiency, existing financing mechanisms in the countries, to also try to discuss what is the institutional gap, specifically between the national agencies or the NGOs working on the technical side, and also the banks and financial institutions performing in the financial side. Also, we have discussed the energy labeling and maps systems in those countries. We have also assessed the status in the countries with specific focus on 2 case studies, one from Libya and one from Lebanon. So just to summarize, we have, during those national trainings, we have came up with some key recommendations from the banks, who are stressing on the need of providing more capacity building activities for the bankers. Specifically, what was mentioned in the 3 national trainings, so they are in need of deploying more technical experts to develop carbon footprint assessment and define the key areas for energy efficiency and renewable energy intervention. Also, they requested to, from us, I mean, to provide simplified evaluation models for them, so some easy models that they can use in order to assess the energy efficiency projects. They also mentioned the need to revise interest rates, financing mechanisms, and regulatory guides to make green projects more bankable at the national level. They requested also some hands-on training and opportunities to share best practices, including international experience knowledge exchange. More training opportunities for bankers, of course, in order to be more familiar with those practices, specifically for the green buildings and the green measures in general for the energy efficiency. Awareness also was one of the key highlighted recommendations that we have collected from the banks who attended those trainings. Last but not least, they also stressed on the need to engage the top management for more, or for driving the strategic commitment of the bank. So if I can then give some recommendations for the next steps or for the next meetMED, I think that we need more to make the capacity building actions specifically for banks more institutionalized. Also, we need to scale up the regional use of the tools, for example, the web tools that were previously presented today by my colleagues Hussam Harafi, Ahmed Abdurasul, and others. There is also a need to promote the ESCO market growth, specifically to promote more ESCO models in the countries at the national level. And of course, one of the messages that we got from those activities is that we need to maintain the EU and regional collaboration with the actors through RICRI, of course, and Medaner's with banks. Medaner, sorry, with banks. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Edoardo Pandolfi from Enea, the Italian Energy Agency. I will be very short because also there is having lunch outside waiting. So, very briefly, I want to just to wrap up what has been done with the MEDSE Forum. That has been a very important activity for meetMED. The MEDSE Forum really contributed to create a unique place for all relevant stakeholders to involved in the energy transition, to work together more closely, to start to understand each other's needs, and really find new ways to collaborate with each other. So we have created this very important network. We held several MedSafe forums, several roundtables, thanks to the involvement of the local energy agency. We had many national events and several also regional events during the meetMED week that has been really contributed to create this network of experts and discuss financial issues. And all this brought really contributed to create a convergence and proactive engagement between policymakers, energy agency, and financial sector. This helped to create a better understanding of green finance instruments, a clearer identification of national needs, and concerted effort to de-risk sustainable energy efficiency projects. So what we look forward for the future, especially now that we will probably jump in meetMED 3, is to creation of more harmonized standard to reduce, to continue reducing barriers to investment, promote more standardized, replicable, and de-risked model for financial instrument, energy efficiency, create an energy efficiency business case to really bring forward also private investment and engage small, medium, and enterprises, and create a regional green taxonomy, develop strategies to unlock private sector investment by addressing the perceived risk, and enhance project bankability through mechanisms such as government guarantees and streamlined regulatory framework. So my last word would be like to really emphasize what was the value added of the MedSafe Forum, that was the creation of a specialized and active network of experts on sustainable financing. And then this is really created an asset to keep shaping the future strategies at national and regional level and unlock investment for the energy efficiency transition. So with this last word, I would like to give the floor to who really contributed to the MedSafe Forum, and I will ask Mustafa Hassanin to join us on the stage, please. Thank you. So I will leave the floor to Mr. Dali, and I have just the same question for Mr. Dali, Mr. Hassanin, Mr. Agrebi and Mr. Hassanin. So how the MedSafe Forum contributed to the identification of the most appropriate strategies to finance energy transition, and what would you suggest could be done more in the future? Thank you.
Merci. Donc, effectivement, le MedSafe Forum ont contribué justement largement à diffuser l'information concernant le financement des projets de la transition énergétique, effectivement. Donc, nous avons organisé déjà un forum en Algérie. Ça a permis justement de partager la stratégie nationale en matière de transition énergétique avec les différents partenaires techniques et financiers. Et ça nous a permis justement de discuter sur les opportunités de financement qui sont offertes, que ce soit par le secteur privé, notamment les banques, et par le secteur public qui est le gouvernement. Donc c'est une première étape effectivement pour engager ces discussions entre les agences nationales et les différents partenaires techniques et financiers, mais ça reste insuffisant pour pouvoir justement impulser cette dynamique en matière de transition énergétique, parce que il ne suffit pas justement de simple dialogue, mais il faudrait justement accompagner que ce soit les agences nationales, que ce soit les partenaires technico-financiers, pour pouvoir justement arriver à une même stratégie, à une même dynamique, pour pouvoir concrétiser sur le terrain ce financement de la transition énergétique. Ce que nous proposons en matière justement d'amélioration et peut-être d'adaptation de ces forums, etc., de ces forums, il faudrait... Certaines choses ont été déjà réalisées avec d'autres pays. Malheureusement, ce n'est pas le cas pour l'Algérie. Donc, des formations en direction des banques. Cette façon de faire ici, justement, permettra aux banquiers, notamment aux banquiers nationaux, donc de pouvoir découvrir la façon avec laquelle ils pourront justement s'intégrer dans le financement, notamment, je préciserai, de l'efficacité énergétique. Pour ce qui est des énergies renouvelables, c'est une autre paire de manches. Les banquiers savent le faire parce parce que c'est des investissements comme tous les autres investissements, ils savent le faire, ils sont habitués à le faire. Par contre, pour l'efficacité énergétique, c'est quelque chose de virtuel. Donc les économies d'énergie sont beaucoup plus, c'est quelque chose de virtuel pour eux. Il faudrait peut-être développer pour pouvoir justement les rassurer, développer des outils qui leur permettront justement d'évaluer et de suivre, d'évaluer et de suivre les objectifs fixés en matière d'efficacité des investissements en matière d'efficacité énergétique. Pour les agences, il faudrait peut-être les accompagner aussi, renforcer leurs capacités en matière de développement de projets d'efficacité énergétique qui puissent être acceptés par les banques. Il y a des formats des banques, il faudrait accompagner ces agences pour permettre de présenter, donc élaborer des business models pour pouvoir les présenter au niveau des banques, pour pouvoir financer les projets d'investissement. Et aussi donc mettre peut-être des mécanismes financiers mixtes entre les subventions de l'État et aussi les apports du secteur privé en matière de crédit, pour pouvoir justement booster cette activité, ces projets d'efficacité énergétique. Et le dernier point, c'est principalement ce qui a été dit par mon prédécesseur, c'est l'encouragement à mettre en place les mécanismes pour la création et le développement des super ESCO et des ESCO au niveau principalement des pays du sud de la Méditerranée. Voilà.
Thank you very much for your insight. I will leave the floor to Mr. Agrabi. Thank you.
Merci Eduardo. Permettez-moi tout d'abord de parler plus ou moins pour les réalisations au niveau du projet meetMED. Ah, c'est bon. Vraiment, meetMED, il a créé vraiment une plateforme extraordinaire d'échange d'expériences entre tous les pays. Et il faut bien l'exploiter. D'ailleurs, les réalisations qui sont été, les résultats qu'on voit aujourd'hui, tous les résultats, c'est-à-dire que ce soit pour l'harmonisation, l'appui ou soutenir la politique de transition énergétique au niveau des pays, et également la création d'outils pour la mise en œuvre d'actions d'efficacité énergétique ou de transition énergétique d'une façon générale. Donc ce sont des outils et des résultats qu'il faut les exploiter dans le futur. Mais permettez-moi, c'est-à-dire de rebondir et de dire pour ces résultats-là, il faut bien les exploiter et les prioriser au niveau du next step, c'est-à-dire la prochaine étape pour le prochain projet. Donc il faut aller plus ou moins vraiment vers les spécificités des pays membres. Il faut avoir quelque chose de très concret de réalisation pour appuyer, que ce soit du point de vue technique et financier, les pays membres de MEDENER et du RECRE, d'une façon générale, qui sont au nombre a priori de 14 et plus. Également, il faut veiller au partage d'expériences entre les différents pays. Il y a de bonnes expériences au niveau des rives sud également qu'il faut les partager. On parle de collectivités locales, on parle également de mécanismes institutionnels de financement. Je citerai également le cas de la Tunisie, le Fonds de transition énergétique, qui contribue énormément dans le financement et contribue dans le schéma de financement des gros programmes au niveau de transition énergétique en Tunisie. Là, c'est institutionnel. Il y a la composante, il y a subvention, il y a la composante également crédit, participation et capital. Et ce schéma-là qui implique réellement les acteurs clés, que ce soit institutionnels, privés, institutions financières. Donc il y a un regroupement. Toutefois, il y a un manque, c'est-à-dire il faut viser également les instruments innovants. Ce qu'on demande prochainement, après les résultats satisfaisants de MEDSAFE Forum qui ont été réalisés aux différents pays de MEDENER, cités par vous, Eduardo. Donc il y a des recommandations de point de vue assistance technique, mais également on parle actuellement de contexte, de nouveaux défis, on parle de taxonomie, on parle de décarbonation, c'est-à-dire on parle de MACF, le mécanisme d'ajustement carbone aux frontières, le CBAM. Donc il faut prendre en considération tout ça, il faut avoir des instruments innovants tels que le crowding fund, le revolving fund, également des mécanismes qui sont spécifiques et réellement il faut passer à l'action immédiatement pour les projets. Donc pour le prochain projet, il faut prioriser les activités qu'il faut les dupliquer d'une part et qu'il faut les réaliser, les actions à réaliser dans le cadre de ces pays-là pour les appuyer et également pour avoir des actions concrètes vraiment et immédiates pour avoir des résultats maintenant qu'on touche réellement des résultats physiques au niveau des pays membres tels que la Tunisie. D'autre part, il y a des demandes, comme elle a été citée par mon collègue Khalt, toujours de l'assistance technique à travers les institutions financières et même à travers le secteur privé et les institutionnels. Tout ce qui est assistance technique, c'est-à-dire pour l'appui technique, pour la bancabilité des projets. Donc, il demande beaucoup d'assistance technique, malgré qu'on le fait, mais c'est toujours insuffisant. Donc, c'est une occasion, à travers le projet meetMED 3, par exemple, pour continuer dans ce sens-là et avoir de nouveaux instruments, outils de calcul de la bancabilité ou la rentabilité des projets, également des sessions de formation technique dédiées pour les banquiers, spécifiques pour les banquiers. Autre chose, c'est-à-dire les banquiers actuellement, ils disent qu'il y a le taux d'intérêt il est bas, mais le taux de remboursement il est très lent. Donc ça revient au même. Donc il faut le réviser tout ça. Il y a une demande également d'assistance technique. Il y a tout ce qui est décarbonation. Surtout, on parle de scope 3. Donc pourquoi pas avoir des certificats, des formations dédiées pour ces. Je ne parle pas de la Tunisie seulement, mais pour les pays similaires comme l'Algérie, les autres pays de la rive sud. Parce que c'est un défi vraiment, c'est un challenge qu'il faut le préparer et c'est l'occasion à travers le meetMED 3 de commencer directement. Donc en dernier, en conclusion, il faut aller au concret, il faut réaliser des projets vraiment concrets à travers le projet meetMED 3. Merci.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I leave the floor to Mr. Hassanin for the last word.
Thank you, Eduardo. Just to share some insights about the MEDSI for Egypt. So we have the privilege to conduct 2 back-to-back MEDSI forums in Egypt in 2 years. So for the first year, we have targeted also to gather all the stakeholders, including the governmental sector, the industrial sector, and also all the commercial banks. For the second year, we concentrated mainly on the commercial banks. We have in Egypt nowadays maybe about 34 different commercial banks working in the sustainable sector. All of them have mandated and also have KPIs, direct KPIs towards sustainability. The importance of the MEDSI is just maybe it's a platform for sharing these updates and these sustainable behavior around what's going on the market, how to engage the private sector, and also how to de-risk the cycle following this sustainable financing. Just to share some very new, very recent insights, the Central Bank of Egypt has mandated all the banks, the commercial banks in Egypt, just 2 days ago, to do this, the CBAM, the Carbon Border Agreement Mechanism, reporting for all the commercial banks. So this is very new updates. Just from 2 days until now, we received many of questions from our colleagues in the commercial banks, what's going on, how to do this type of reporting, what's the CBAM report, or how to also help to de-risk or to help the private sector to do this type of reports. So it will be also issued biannually, so every 2 times, every 6 months per year. So this is maybe a major output for our MEDSI forum, that we gather all the stakeholders regarding the sustainable finance, and also to maybe open this door, the platform. So we have our group now, we have a complete group from different stakeholders and also the commercial banks, and we receive maybe different questions, and also we do this type of webinars to define or to exchange the knowledge about different aspects. One last thing is also we have requested from the banks during our last MEDSI forum in Cairo this year, as Mr. Hassan said, that we have a unified methodological approach, the absence of clear guidance for project developers, which hinders the process, and also was a unified taxonomy. You said that taxonomy. Also, you said in French, but also I understood it. A unified taxonomy and the standardization procedures which facilitate the communication and streamlines the financial process. And also, this is mainly requested a lot by different commercial banks in Egypt. This is a lot of my side. Thank you, Eduardo.
Thank you very much to all the speakers. I think all had very insightful ideas, and I think it's clear that the approach for the meetMED 3 has to be more practical and really bring concrete results. And I think we have a really solid base of experts that are really good, so it's just a matter of bringing them again together and making them collaborate, because the answers are there. I would like just one last thing for who wants to further understand what we did in the MedSafe Forum. meetMED produced a brochure, and we have to thank Asma for this beautiful brochure. And thank you everyone for listening to this intervention.
Thank you, colleagues, for these quick insights on your return of experience for hosting MED-SCI national roundtables. And I will now leave the floor to the last session of our final event, dedicated to maps and labels and practical example of scrapping campaigns of appliances in the countries. So I will call Ahmed Khalil from Recre, work package leader on appliances, Akram Al-Mohammadi, that was leading the activity on maps. I don't know if he's here. Sabine Saad from Alme. And I think we have Abdelkader Bakouche from ANME online that will provide insight on the certificates of appliances in Tunisia. Akram is there.
Here, huh? Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Hello everyone, my name is Akram Al-Mohammadi, Senior Sustainable Energy Expert from Recre. Sorry? Okay, good. يلا.
Okay, okay, thank you very much. This is the last session for the day. We wish that would be nice and light. I know all of you are exhausted. So this session we will talk about the concrete actions regarding the appliances efficiency, and we have some activities within the meetMED project that have tackled these actions. So thank you for calling our colleagues. So we have today Sabine Saad, the ESG, the director for the ecological transition in the ALMI, Ahmed Khalil, the ESG director in the CRE, of course, Akram Mohammadi, the senior energy expert, and online we have our colleague Abdullah Wakshin from the ANME. So at the beginning, I would like to invite Akram to provide us some information regarding the MEPS labeling, the gap analysis that had been performed, the challenges that's facing the MEPS, and of course some insights on some of the 8 countries within the project. So Akram, please.
Thank you, Ahmed. This presentation will focus on activity 413 under work package 4 led by Ahmed Khalil. The activity names MEPS promotion and leveling process for appliances with focus on ACs. Also, I want to seize this opportunity to thank our colleagues in Riol and in ALMI for supporting us in to develop the national rewards for Libya and Lebanon, and also our team in RICRI who supported it in developing the rewards. Sorry. Yeah, the report or the activity aims to inform the policy makers regarding the energy efficiency for appliances, and also to address the current challenges to enforce the MEPS in the countries. The deliverables under this project or activity was 2 manual reports, as I said, for Libya and Lebanon, and also regional certification mechanism for MEPS, which means the harmonization process, as well as manual procedures for MEPS implementation, which was as a manual or guidelines for the countries to support them to implement MEPS programs. This is the key deliverables, actually, to are under the design process. This is just like the photos for the national and regional events that we had during this project. And this slide shows the status of MEPS and labels in the countries. I discussed maybe most of our partners in the countries familiar with this table. It shows the status of MEPS and labels in the countries. For example, in Algeria, we have lighting and refrigerators and freezers and ACs. And also there is under preparation for dish washers and TVs. For Egypt, actually, and Lebanon, they have like a wide adoption for MEPS. And also for the Lebanon, they have currently for lighting and solar water heaters, and mandatory for labels. And for Libya also they have currently or under preparation for lighting, also refrigerators and freezers and ACs, and also there is under work for washing machine and dishwashers and laundry. This is actually the summary for the MEPS status in the all countries. If we are looking to the worldwide, actually more than 100 countries now, they are adopting MEPS and labels for ACs, and also for the Middle East also there is an interest and good progress happening in this regard. Just to show the impact of the MEPS and adoption in the other countries, for example, in the USA and European Union, the reduction in the electricity consumption exceeded 10%. And in addition to the other countries, there is also a positive impact from this policy. Now I will just give like a quick overview on the national program of Libya. Actually the report the program or the report covered the Libya energy context, the status of MEPS and leveling for appliances, and also the appliances market analysis, regulatory framework, and the proposed steps for MEPS implementation and enforcement. Actually, the methodology that we use under this project, it was like literature review for official publications, studies, scientific papers, and national strategies, and also the regulations, in addition to the interviews with the stakeholders in Libya, as well as actually this, as I said in the beginning, this report was in close coordination with our colleagues in Riol, and there were a dedicated team who supported us to develop this report. This is just a general overview of the Libya electricity sector. G-Coal is the only supplier in the for the electricity. And it depends on the fossil fuel. Renewable energy project is currently under development. And also the residential sector consume more than 60% of the energy, which means that applying the MEPs in this sector is very important. This is a graph that shows the electricity generation and the estimated demand growth for the upcoming years. It shows that the growth rate was from 5 to 7%, and also the maximum peak was in 2013 around 8 megawatt. This is also an important figure, shows the peak load in the country. It shows that from May to October there is a high peak because of the hot weather, and also in the beginning and end of the year for the need for the cooling. This table shows the electricity schedule or the tariff schedule in Libya. It shows that electricity is highly subsidized, especially for the household consumers, and this also leads to the high or intensive consumption in this sector. For example, the actual or the tariff for the residential sector is around 0.008, which is very low. In the last years, Libya actually adopted a national strategy for renewable energy and the energy efficiency. In this strategy, the energy efficiency target was 15%, and for the appliances or through implementation MEPs for cooling units and lighting and motors was to achieve 4% reduction, which means this program will support to achieve this program. This slide also shows why the implementing MEPs is important in Libya. As this, for example, in the figure in the right, in the below, shows that the air conditioning, for example, consume 18%, and also for the refrigerators is 17%. This step that we try to address in our report, which focus on the key steps to implement MEPs, for example, regarding the adopt a legal framework, assign a body to regulate the market, engage or stakeholder involving in the implementation of MEPs process, also the data collection, and also the need for develop economic analysis, and also for MEPs harmonization, and also how to set the appropriate level of energy efficiency level for MEPs, and also the need for review and update. This slide shows the MEPs that they are country applied in Libya. Actually, there are 5 MEPs. They are still adopted, but they are still need to be enforced. And also other 3 MEPs, they are still under preparation. And also for the ACs, the focus currently is for the units under 17,000 BTU. This slide also the market, the ACs market in Libya, and based on the study that was conducted by the World Bank in 2013, actually this is the most updated data that we found. The sales was in the Maghreb countries, which cover Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, and Algeria, is around 2.8 million, and the share in Libya was 28%. And most common capacity was 12,000 BTU, and in addition to 8,000 BTU. This also some metrics regarding the MIPS and label in Libya. It shows that 11 BTU is the lowest energy ratio or level for the MIPS, which means that any ACs under 11, it is not allowed to enter the market. And also they adopted a national label for the ACs. For the testing, currently there is no testing infrastructure in Libya, so we proposed 4 options. One is to build a national facility, and the second option is to allow the private sector to invest in the testing. The third is to collaborate with the neighboring countries that they have testing, for example, in Tunisia or Egypt, and also to rely on the international facilities, which is currently under discussion in the authorities in Libya. This is the approach that they are thinking about currently. In terms of the stakeholder engagement, we actually conducted stakeholder mapping, and we identified the key stakeholders in Libya that need to be involved in the process. Also, in terms of the conformity process, we identified the steps that need to be undertaken, for example, for the conformity assessment and for market surveillance and for the enforcement, which is the most important one. Maybe allow me to just discuss the recommendation. The most important recommendation was to enhance the institutional framework related to the energy efficiency, establish a legal and regulatory framework, strengthening stakeholder coordination, and securing the needed resources, for example, for the testing facilities and for the MEPS program implementation, and in addition to establishing a strong compliance framework. Also to conduct public awareness campaigns and conduct capacity development programs, and also establishing testing facilities, and also developing appliances registry platform. For the regional reports, we prepared 2 reports, one titled Minimum Energy Performance Standards and Energy Labeling Implementation Manual. It covered the relevant technical terms and terminologies definitions for ACs, the process for MEPS adoption, and also for the labeling process, and also the supporting policies and incentives need to be considered in the countries. Also the MEPS and labeling enforcement process or strategies, and also a case study for Egypt, since it is the countries with the higher number of appliances. For the regional levels also, it focused on the lesson learned from the international experiences. We covered actually 4 regions, the European Union and the Southeast countries, and also the harmonization process in Australia and New Zealand, and also the initiative in the South African countries. I think just to give more time to my colleagues, I will stop here and I will give the floor to my colleague Sabi to speak about the national report of Libya. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Akram, very much. Yes, we could have some focus on the countries, and of course we could start with our colleague Sabine Saad. She will give us some focus on the national MEPS report in Lebanon, and of course the strategic enforcement and activities to strengthen the awareness regarding the MEPS labeling. Sabine, please.
It's my pleasure to present this time the Lebanon report on maps, and I would like to thank Rekre for including us in this work, and I would like to thank Asma for the outstanding design of the report. To introduce my presentation, Lebanon's energy sector faces serious challenges, including high electricity demand, limited and unreliable supply, and a widespread dependence on polluting diesel generators. A significant contributor to this strain is the residential sector, where electricity consumption is elevated due to inefficient appliances and outdated infrastructure. To address this, maps have been introduced to regulate the minimum efficiency levels of appliances permitted on the market. Complementing these standards, energy labels provide consumers with crucial information about energy use and cost savings, helping guide smarter and more sustainable purchasing decisions. Our work examines Lebanon's current maps and labeling systems, identifies existing gaps, and proposes a strategic roadmap to improve appliance efficiency, strengthen policy implementation, and reduce overall energy demand. So Lebanon ranks among the highest in the region for the residential electricity consumption, driven largely with widespread use of energy-intensive appliances such as space heaters, air conditioners, and electric water heaters. The market is heavily dependent on imports. Over 90% of appliances are brought in from abroad, yet there are currently no binding efficiency regulations in place. As a result, many households continue to use outdated, poorly maintained, or low-efficient models, contributing to excessive energy use and environmental impact. In this context, Lebanon's commitment to international agreements such as the Paris Agreement underscores the urgent need to reduce emissions and improve appliance efficiency through stronger standards and policy enforcement. So the MAPS and Energy Labeling Program in Lebanon is designed to drive a systematic transformation of the appliance market by eliminating inefficient products and fostering a culture of energy awareness among consumers. The program's key objectives include reducing household electricity consumption by phasing out low-efficiency appliances and introducing mandatory MAPs for the most energy-intensive product. It also aims to empower consumers through clear, standardized energy labels, enabling informed and responsible purchasing decisions. To ensure effective implementation, the program focuses on strengthening institutional capacity for market monitoring and enforcement, while also introducing regulatory and market incentives to encourage the adoption of cleaner technologies. As key findings for MAPS and labeling in Lebanon, the current scope of MAPS is limited just to two appliances, which are the solar water heaters and the CFLs, as stipulated under the decree of 2010. Other key appliances such as air conditioner, refrigerators, and electric water heaters are only subject to voluntary standards developed by LIBNOR, the national standards body. While energy labels for major appliances have been designed, they remain unenforced due to the lack of implementation decree and an effective enforcement framework. The institutional landscape is also fragmented. So LIBNOR is responsible for standard development. IRI, the Industrial Research Institute, handles the testing and certification, and the Ministry of Energy and Water leads policy coordination and strategic planning. However, unfortunately, there were a weak inter-institutional collaboration and overlapping mandates that continue to hinder the full rollout and enforcement of MAPs in the country. As key findings for energy-consuming appliances, household energy demand in Lebanon is heavily concentrated on, as I said, heating, cooling, and water heater. Air conditioners, which are commonly used year-round for both heating and cooling, account for 34% of residential electricity consumption, while electric space heaters contributes around to 31%, and the electric water heaters to 12%. Notably, the room air conditioning sector alone represents 26% of the total electricity demand in Lebanon, underscoring a significant impact on the national grid. As key findings of market and supply chain, Lebanon is net importer of household appliances, with more than 95%, as I mentioned. So the air conditioning sector is particularly import dependent, with China supplying 82% and the other from Turkey, the UAE and Italy. While a declaration of conformity is nominally required for imported appliances, enforcement remains inconsistent, undermining the effectiveness of existing standards. Although testing and infrastructure is available through ERI, it lacks the capacity and resources to conduct systematic verification across the market. Moreover, Lebanon does not yet have a centralized or digitalized national product registry, making it difficult to track and trace compliant versus non-compliant products. As key findings for awareness and behavior gaps, public awareness and energy efficiency in Lebanon remains critically low, despite the significant impact of household appliances on national electricity consumption. All surveys in 2019 reveal that over 60% of consumers have never received information on energy efficiency, and only 21 can recall any past awareness campaigns related to energy efficient appliances, while there is a clear willingness to pay, with 33% of consumers indicating they would spend more on efficient products. I said old surveys because after 2019 we have no surveys in the country regarding the energy consumption and behavior of consumers. As key findings of e-waste and scrapping challenges, Lebanon lacks currently a national policy or formal legislation governing e-waste management and appliance scrapping, leaving end-of-life appliances, including those containing harmful refrigerants, to be handled almost entirely by the informal sector without proper environmental safeguards. As key challenges identified in our report, implementing and enforcement of MAPs in Lebanon face significant systematic challenges. Most standards remain voluntary and compliance is rarely monitored or enforced. Institutional responsibilities are fragmented with limited coordination between the stakeholders. Market surveillance is virtually absent, with no routine inspectors or mechanisms to follow up on non-compliant products. While ERI has testing facilities, it lacks the capacity and legal mandate to support full-scale enforcement. Second-hand and uncertified appliances continue to enter the market unchecked, especially through informal channels. Consumers are also poorly informed, with missing or misunderstood energy labels, leading to limited trust in the system. So critically, Lebanon lacks a monitoring and evaluation framework to assess the effectiveness of MAPs or track trends in appliance energy performance. Lessons learned as key success stories for effective MAPs implementation. They are: the legal enforcement is essential, consumers make better choices when informed, visibility and enforcement of labels matter, phasing out old inefficient appliances through scrapping program is vital, strong collaboration among institutions is essential, engaging stakeholders and market actors, and reliable data systems such as a centralized product registry. Our recommendations, we have 4 axes of recommendations. The first one is the policy and regulation. We recommend to enforce mandatory MAPs for appliances with high energy consumption, adopt internationally recognized testing methods, introduce legislation that mandates market surveillance and imposes penalties for non-compliance to strengthen enforcement, link product imports to the submission of the declaration of conformity and require visible energy labels on appliances. For the market consumers, we recommend to launch targeted national awareness campaign to educate consumers on the benefit of energy efficient appliances, provide incentives like VAT exemptions, implement appliance replacement and scrapping programs to phase out old inefficient units, and collaborate with retailers to promote and market compliant energy efficient product effectively. For the institutional setup, we recommend to strengthen the collaboration between stakeholders, establish an interministerial implementation task force to coordinate policy enforcement and market surveillance, provide specialized training for custom officers and inspectors, and create a national digital registry to track certified appliances. For the monitoring and evaluation, to define a clear performance indicators such as the percentage market share of energy efficient appliances, conduct regular household surveys to assess consumers' behaviors and appliance usage patterns, monitor product imports and market, and schedule regular inspections and require comprehensive reporting. To conclude, Lebanon holds significant potential to reduce household energy consumption by improving appliance efficiency. Implementing MEPs in Lebanon and energy labeling represents a cost-effective and high-impact strategy with proven success in many countries worldwide. So to achieve meaningful progress, it is crucial to transition from voluntary measures to mandatory enforcement. This shift must be supported by increased public awareness, strong institutional coordination, and rigorous regulatory enforcement. Additionally, programs to scrap outdated appliances and enhance testing infrastructure will play a vital role, and with a well-designed framework, Lebanon can modernize its appliance market, align with international best practices, and hopefully advance its commitment to climate and energy goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabine, for the presentation and the highlights regarding the ongoing situation, regarding the efficient appliances, of course, the statistics regarding the consumer behavior, the recommendations that could be considered as the prescription for the future efficient management for appliances. Also, we have our colleague Abdelkader Boukhchina from the Anime, who will also give us some insights regarding the ongoing initiatives within Tunisia regarding the MEPs and labeling, and of course the strategic management and the enforcement for the policies. Abdelkader.
Thank you, Ahmed.
Asma.
Thank you.
Please.
Okay. Thank you, Ahmed.
Thank you.
Okay. So, thank you, Ahmed. Good morning, everyone. I miss you all, really. So, I will switch in French for the presentation. Donc, dans un contexte énergétique national marqué par un déficit énergétique qui a atteint 59% en 2024 et une pointe électrique estivale qui a connu une croissance exponentielle ces 20 dernières années et qui a causé, par exemple, qui a obligé, par exemple, la société d'électricité nationale à faire un délestage de 1000 mégawatts en 2023, surtout que le secteur du bâtiment est le premier consommateur d'énergie avec 36% et le premier consommateur surtout d'énergie électrique qui représente 50% de la consommation du secteur du bâtiment. Donc la Tunisie a entamé une politique d'étiquetage énergétique structurée pour la transformation du marché depuis 2004 à travers la promulgation d'un cadre réglementaire en septembre 2004 afin de réduire la consommation énergétique des équipements à travers l'amélioration de leur efficacité énergétique. Déjà en 2004, on a finalisé l'étiquetage des réfrigérateurs, en 2009 les climatiseurs, en 2018 le lave-linge, en 2023 les fours. En 2025 et en cours de publication officielle les équipements d'éclairage et les télévisions. Pourquoi les lampes et appareils d'éclairage et télévision? Parce que tout simplement, il occupe maintenant la 3e et la 4e place dans la consommation énergétique des ménages. Donc, en premier consommateur, c'est les réfrigérateurs avec environ 34%. Il était à 45% en 2014. Les climatiseurs en deuxième lieu avec 19%. Il est après tout ce qui est télévision et appareils d'éclairage. On a programmé pour 2026 l'étiquetage des équipements de production d'eau chaude, y compris aussi les chauffe-eau solaires, la viscère, les fer à repasser, les appareils audiovisuels, les moteurs, les transformateurs. Surtout qu'il y a une évolution de cadre réglementaire en Tunisie qui régit l'étiquetage avec le décret-loi promulgué en 2022. Avant, l'étiquetage, il concerne que les appareils et les équipements électroménagers. À partir de 2022, en Tunisie, l'étiquetage, il concerne tout équipement qui a une relation directe ou indirecte avec, la consommation d'énergie. Donc, la nouveauté aussi, c'est la promulgation aussi de l'arrêté en 2023 qui stipule l'obligation du fabricant ou de l'importateur d'adopter un nouveau modèle d'étiquette que vous voyez directement sur le slide avec un QR code qui permet d'avoir les informations exactes sur l'équipement et à travers une plateforme web et une application qui est sur Play Store et iStore. Et il permet même de déclarer en ligne les fraudes, de contrôler le marché, etc. pour le consommateur. Et aussi, cette plateforme permet de digitaliser tout le processus de demande ou le processus d'étiquetage énergétique en Tunisie. Si je fais un focus sur tout ce qui est étiquetage des climatiseurs, donc comme déjà dit, en Tunisie, on a une pointe de puissance estivale avec une croissance exponentielle qui est passée par exemple de 3 gigawatts en 2011 à 4888 mégawatts le 14 août 2024 et c'est causé essentiellement par l'augmentation exponentielle des nombres de climatiseurs dans le secteur résidentiel en Tunisie, qui est de l'ordre de 2 millions de climatiseurs avec un taux d'équipement de 50%. Donc, vous imaginez que lors d'une journée de canicule en juillet ou le 14 août l'année dernière, ces climatiseurs font appel, si ils fonctionnent simultanément, à 1800 mégawatts de puissance simultanée, donc qui cause un vrai problème pour le système électrique tunisien. C'est pour ça, et depuis déjà juillet 2009, il y a tout un programme d'étiquetage des climatiseurs qui a été mis en œuvre et un programme de MEPS avec l'élimination des classes 6, 7 et 8 en 2010, 5 en 2011 et 4 en 2012, qui a permis d'éliminer toutes les classes énergivores. Et vous pouvez voir la transformation du marché des climatiseurs individuels en appliquant les MEPS en Tunisie depuis 2009. Donc, en 2009, vous pouvez voir avec les couleurs que le marché tunisien, dans le marché tunisien, de la classe 1 jusqu'à la classe 8, toutes les classes existent et peu à peu, on a à partir de 2012 que les classes 1, 2 et 3, juste pour indication, la différence de consommation entre la classe 1 et la classe 8 est d'environ 90% et la différence de consommation entre la classe 1 et la classe 3 est de 25%. Donc, en 2024, on a à peu près 39% de climatiseurs de classe 2, 36% de classe 3 et 25% des climatiseurs commercialisés en Tunisie de classe 1. En plus de ça, et pour accompagner cette transformation, on a lancé un programme de promotion de climatiseurs efficaces en Tunisie qui s'appelle PromoClim, avec un mécanisme de financement qui donne une prime pour les climatiseurs de classe 1 selon les puissances, en plus une surprime écologique pour les climatiseurs qui utilisent des réfrigérants avec un faible PRJ, c'est-à-dire le R32 ou bien le R290, qui permettra de réduire les émissions carbone générées par les climatiseurs individuels jusqu'en 2030 de 64%. Donc, pour faciliter tout ce processus, surtout qu'on a des dizaines de demandes qui sont adressées à la NME pour traitement chaque jour. Donc, on a digitalisé tout le processus à travers une plateforme web qui est mise à disposition des fournisseurs et une application pour les consommateurs. Elle s'appelle e-ticket. Donc, mis en œuvre, ça fait une année maintenant que les fournisseurs l'utilisent. Donc, et en scannant le QR code, on a les informations essentielles des produits. On peut vérifier l'authenticité des étiquettes énergétiques et soumettre des réclamations en ligne. Donc, je vais être court. Pour l'étiquetage des équipements d'éclairage, donc avec une approche de gagnant-gagnant avec le secteur privé. Donc, on a développé avec les représentants des professionnels l'étiquetage ainsi que les MEPS des appareils d'éclairage en adaptant les MEPS européens au contexte tunisien. On va passer par une phase transitoire où l'efficacité lumineuse demandée sera un peu moins que celle en Europe jusqu'à 2029 et après 2029, on va s'aligner avec les MEPS européens. Ça, c'est l'étiquette validée par le comité technique pour les équipements d'éclairage. Et pour accompagner tout ce processus, nous avons équipé le laboratoire, le centre électrique technique sous tutelle du ministère de l'Industrie, le CETIM, le Centre technique des industries mécaniques et électriques, par un laboratoire de test des équipements d'éclairage afin de contrôler la qualité et la mise en œuvre des MEPS et la mise en œuvre de la certification des équipements d'éclairage et des MEPS. Les prochaines étapes. Donc, les prochaines étapes, nous sommes maintenant en train d'actualiser tous les textes réglementaires qui régissent la certification, l'étiquetage et les MEPS des équipements déjà étiquetés pour s'aligner à la nouvelle réglementation internationale. Ça, c'est un. Deux, on a programmé, comme je vous ai déjà expliqué, la certification des télévisions et des équipements d'éclairage en 2025, les autres équipements à partir de 2026. On va mettre en œuvre les MEPS concernant les lave-linges et le four à partir de 2025 et on va même généraliser cette approche de certification sur tout ce qui est voiture, tout équipement qui a une relation avec la consommation énergétique. Et merci pour votre attention.
Merci. Allez-y, allez-y. Mon micro était coupé, pardon. Monsieur Bakouche?
Oui, oui.
Merci beaucoup pour cette présentation. Ce sera la dernière de la session d'aujourd'hui. Merci beaucoup.
Merci tout le monde.
Merci, merci. There's one more? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Abdul Qadir, for the constructive presentation. We still have one only presentation regarding the work package 4, which is regarding the appliances scrapping and the opportunities for better appliances management with Ahmed Khalil. Khalil, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you all. I think all of us were is really exhausted. So I prefer to have a full presentations. Just want to use this opportunity to thank all my colleagues in Work Package 4, Iman Adel, Ahmed Abdul Rasul, Akram Muhammadi, Muhammad Sherwali, and of course Asma for their great efforts. I think we can play a video instead of the presentation. Asma, please, I think we can play the video to yes, instead of the presentation, as most of the colleagues have their commitment.
Welcome to meetMED. Welcome to meetMED's Green Day in Schools, a special celebration in Algiers, where the future meets sustainability. In a world where resources are limited, it's time for us to step up and make a difference. Under the theme Think Smart, Save Water, Save Energy, Recycle E-Waste, we are shining a light on an inspiring initiative as part of the meetMED project, funded by the European Union in partnership with APRU. Our goal is to empower the next generation to become eco-heroes.
أنا اسمي هديد الفي. اليوم تعلمت أن البطاريات والأجهزة الإلكترونية تضر بالبيئة، فيجب علينا أن نضع البطاريات هنا والأجهزة القديمة من هنا حتى لا تضر بيئتنا وتصبح جميلة. عليكم يا أصدقائي أن تتعلموا هذا، وعليكم ألا تنسوه أبداً.
The Green Day in Schools is part of an awareness campaign designed to empower kids to take meaningful actions towards sustainability and smart resource use.
اسمي إليسيا. تعلمت اليوم أن أضع النفايات الإلكترونية في هذا الصندوق وأكون بطلة للمحافظة على البيئة.
Through engaging materials, workshops, and fun challenges, we are highlighting how small changes can lead to big impacts.
هل تعلمون يا أصدقائي عندما تحافظون على طاقة تحافظون على المياه؟ كن بطل اليوم وحافظ على البيئة.
Within the campaign, we installed electronic waste collection boxes in 15 schools across cities in Algeria, teaching the importance of proper electronic waste disposal and encouraging responsible habits. The celebration concluded with a tour of the Water Energy Nexus pilot project, showcasing the installation of a solar water heater and low-flow fixtures aimed at improving water energy efficiency as part of meetMED activities. Together, we can save our planet for generations to come. Let's become eco-heroes.
Okay.